Is that something that is a concern? Because today DGCA is also, what we understand, has also asked all flying schools to conduct training compliance checks. Is there a concern on that front?
You asked me 500 questions. Will you give me 500 hours to answer those questions? Okay, let me go step by step. When I said you need specialists, I'll give you specific examples. It is not my opinion. I'll give you facts. For example, when the mid-air collision took place in Delhi, Chakri Dadri, between Saudi and Kazakhstan, we had forecasted that accident and told the government in writing that this will happen. They did not take any action. The accident happened. Immediately after the accident, we had suggested two major issues. One was a simple thing. Today, all pilots, including Captain Patnagar, will understand and appreciate what is a transponder switch. At that time, it was never necessary because ATC never had the facilities. So we requested, and I informed the DGCA to ask all airlines to keep the transponder switch on. It took me almost 2 years to convince the DG, and eventually he came out with a very wishy-washy letter that yes, the transponder switch. Whereas at that same time, Jet Airways pilot had requested me to give them a presentation, and they had all senior examiners, check pilots, etc., and instructors. And I asked them, do you keep the transponder switch on? They said, no, what for? It's not necessary. I talked to them in 2 minutes. So in a few minutes, I was able to convince them because they were talking aviation language. Right. Whereas the DGCA couldn't understand what I was talking about. That is why it took him such a long time to take the necessary action. Right. As far, which is the second question you wanted to go? You asked me 500
also about fatigue management amongst pilots, because it's very easy to blame pilots for everything. But I want to know, is there a sense of high workload and minimal rest amongst crew members, especially pilots?
I'll tell you, it's called FDTL, flight and duty time limitations. Now, these flight and duty time limitations are done after specific studies, researches, and ICAO gives recommendations, and India has been following them years back. However, even if you are following, we are breaking those rules also time and again. But that aside, today also you have FDTL, which is different for 2-engine aircraft, 4-engine aircraft, etc. And it is just not followed. And the limits that has been specified, I think there was a letter on 13th of May given by the DGCA, and the airlines have given it to all the pilots. It is a ridiculous FDTL. It is a ridiculous FDTL. It will cause accidents and fatigue to start with.
Well, why do you say that, sir?
Because I'll quote you figures. Earlier, for 2-engine aircraft, there were limitations. If I go into specifics, I'll only confuse the issue. Okay. It was 8 hours and 9 hours for 2-engine. Now it is 12 to 14 hours. Okay. Now, the only person who would understand, if you know Mr. Shivaraman, who was a director DGCA earlier, he's also an aviator. When I told him this recently, and he was also on one of the channels on an interview, he was horrified, and so was the managing director, earlier managing of Air India. So it is utterly ridiculous. You have to go by research work, not by your opinion and my opinion alone. It has a lot of relevance. This FDTL has a lot of relevance. Also, along with this, I'd like to mention that today, if any pilot points out flight safety issues to the airline, not only today, even many years back, the pilot is sacked. Okay. And on another channel, there was an engineer who was telling me, Captain, it's not only the pilots, even the engineer, if he brings in safety issues, he is sacked. Okay. Now, do you think any country can boast of aviation progress without fundamentals of aviation safety? Absolutely. These are fundamentals of aviation safety which are totally non-existent in this country.
Right, that's very important. Captain Patnagar, how do you also see reactions and action by official agencies, by DGCA, post this crash that took place? Also, what happened in Uttarakhand, what is happening in Uttarakhand, those chopper crashes that have been happening, what needs to be done on that front? And also, so many Air India flights being grounded today. Do you see this as a sense of caution? Do you see this as increased understanding of caution, or do you see this as just a wake-up call?
You're muted.
Yes.
Bhatnagar, you're muted.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Sorry, I think I will take this as a wake-up call, because enough has been said for so many years about the safety, air safety. I don't know people why the regulators and people are not taking cognizance of all these things. Okay, whether it is Uttarakhand or hill flying, you need to see what exactly the training, whether the training is correct or not, whether the checks procedures, everything is correct or not. Okay, so but air safety, I would not say is in compromise, but yes, the significant challenges these days are being, there are significant challenges as far as the air safety is concerned. And I tell you very clearly what Captain Wadia is saying, that we need to have an aviator at the top of the helm of this thing. We need to have an aviator who understands, like FDTL. It's been totally, I wouldn't have, misused. Well, not misused, totally stressed by the airlines. Airlines have these days become more commercially oriented. They need business. So it's for them, it's 12 hours or, for rest. It can be anything day, night, but, the body clock also has to get adjusted to all these things.
Captain Bhatnagar, I'm completely out of time, but something that both of you mentioned is that we need people who understand the aviation language, the needs that the industry has right now at the helm. India's skies are getting busier, but also riskier. For an industry that touches millions of lives every day, safety cannot be reactive. It must be built into the system through trained regulators, alert pilots, and smarter infrastructure, something that the panelists have also been talking about. But of course, there needs to be political will to also enforce changes before the next crash, writes the new headline. Moving on to the other big story today that remains our focus. The political war over caste data has reignited after Congress leader Pawan Kheda today alleged that the BJP government is deliberately omitting the word caste from its notification for the upcoming census 2027 socioeconomic survey. In fact, according to Mr. Khera, this omission is not accidental and that it reflects BJP's long-standing discomfort with caste-based enumeration and the party's unwillingness to confront social inequities. And this is something that's an allegation that Pawan Khera has made. Now, the BJP has shot back to this very sharply, saying that BJP spokesperson Shehzad Poonawalla has responded to this. He has accused the Congress party of spreading fake news and being a factory of lies. He has rejected the claim that the BJP has taken a U-turn on caste surveys, citing official statements. In fact, PIB press releases that clearly mention caste enumeration will be part of the upcoming census. Shehzad Poonawalla also pointed to Congress party's historical failure that he claimed to act on Kaka Kalelkar and Mandal Commission reports, accusing the party of consistently betraying OBC interest. Before I bring in my guest, let's listen into what Pawan Kheda and Shehzad Poonawalla said today.
Governments are not run through press releases. Governments are run, the decisions are declared through notifications, through government orders. Here is the Telangana GO in October 2024. And this clearly states on 3 places the word caste. So if the survey, the socio-economic survey is being done, it is being done on every caste group. This is the real intent which can be seen through this GO. Now here is the Government of India notification of yesterday. Where is the word caste? Where have they written socio-economic survey of caste groups? They haven't.
कांग्रेस पार्टी फेक न्यूज की फैक्ट्री है, कांग्रेस पार्टी झूठ की जननी है। अभी कांग्रेस पार्टी बेनकाब हुई है 2 झूठ फैलाते हुए कि G7 में भारत को इनवाइट नहीं आया, हमारी नीति फेल हो गई। असीम मुनीर को US आर्मी डे में बुला लिया, हमारी नीति फेल हो गई। कास्ट सेंसस पर यूटर्न हो गया, कास्ट सेंसस का कहीं जिक्र नहीं है। कांग्रेस पार्टी को पता होना चाहिए कि 15 जून की प्रेस रिलीज में PIB ने साफ साफ लिखा है, भारत सरकार की ओर से साफ साफ कहा गया है कि कास्ट एन्यूमरेशन किया जाएगा।
Okay, joining us now is Shama Mohammed of the Congress Party. We have Gopal Krishna Agarwal of the BJP. Thank you both of you for being part of this broadcast. Shama, to you first. The centre has not only notified the census, it has also clarified, citing earlier press releases, that caste will be enumerated. In fact, the BJP is blaming the Congress Party for junking the caste survey data in Karnataka and going for fresh enumeration. How would you respond to that?
First and foremost, Vasudha, you're a very senior journalist. When Pawan spoke after that, you put up a guy who I don't even take him, seriously, Shehzad Poonawalla, somebody who's abused Biharis. So please do not put up such bites of such people. When there is a Pawan Khera talking something, put up serious, there are serious senior spokespersons of the party. Don't get this guy, and I'm not going to respond to him at all. Now, to you, I will respond. They put up a notification. They don't use the word caste. We cannot trust this government. We know from the time when they said in 2014 MSP will be 50% plus cost. And next year itself, Mutkul Rohtagi goes to the Supreme Court and says, we can't do it. 2017, they had said that before 2017, they would waive off farmers' loan. Mr. Arun Jaitley in Parliament said, we cannot do it. So they continuously lie. And let's not forget, last time, before the Bihar election, Nirmala Sitharaman said, we will give free vaccines to each and every one of you in Bihar. I remember that very well. And after the election, people had to pay money to get those vaccinations. So this is that time she is the finance minister, and she was the finance minister. And it's a minister giving this promise, and they don't do it. Now, they have very cleverly did not put caste, and tomorrow they'll say, isme to caste to likha nahi humne. So this is what they are. Remember, let's also not forget, they've promised many things. 2022, they would make it a 5 trillion economy. They would double the farmers' income. They would give everybody housing. I mean, we know this party. Okay. A lot of promise, and they themselves said, wo to sab jumla hai. So we do not trust. And one last point, Rahul Gandhi sincerely wants a caste census, and we will do it, and we want to, and since we are not in the government, but this is, when we said we wanted caste census, we were called urban Naxals. I still remember this. And even in Parliament, they said, there's nothing called a caste census, we're going to just do a census. Okay. So we understand that these are all lies. And they can say,
Mr. Agarwal, Shama has made a lot of points. One, of course, the fact that the BJP was not very keen on caste census. And this is something that the Congress party has been saying, that it's been a U-turn, and the fact that phrases such as urban Naxals were used in the past. How do you respond to this? What is it about the BJP's, about the centre's notification that you would say also talks about caste census? Because although we've had press releases, how would you respond to Congress party saying that the word caste was not mentioned in the official notification? Mr. Agarwal, you'll have to unmute yourself.
I would just like to underline one word from Shama Mohammed ji's statement. She said that she will not believe this government. That means their utter neglect of democratic process. This is the third time that the people of India has given the mandate to our government, Modi ji's government, and still the Congress is not accepting this government statements or anything. That means they have utter neglect of democracy of the country, mandate of the people. Second thing is, they won't believe anything. For everything, even surgical strike, for everything they want a proof. They will believe what Pakistan will say. They will believe on creating false narrative in, before the final things come out. They did it for CAA, they did it for surgical strike, they did it for other things. Everything, they will just preempt the issues, and then they will say that, no, this has not been said. The clear PIB and Ministry of Home Affairs spokesperson has put out the detail where he underlines that the census will include caste enumeration. You can use what word you use. You use the word census, and what it will have, it will enumerate the caste. So where is the problem? You will preempt everything, and then you will create a false narrative about things.
But Mr. Agarwal, the allegation that it's a U-turn, it's an afterthought. What do you have to say about that? Because it's not that the BJP was pushing for caste census, right? So how do you respond to that?
When the Congress is saying that you do what Telangana has done or what other their states rule, they have done surveys. You cannot equate surveys with census. Census is a constitutional process. There is a procedure of it. The government has to go follow that procedure. We are following that. The government has announced it in the floor of the parliament that we are going to do the caste census. Then Congress should have patience and wait for it.
Okay, Shama, that's an important point that he's making. I also saw, the criticism of the Congress party saying that the Telangana survey was bottom up, where you also met a lot of people belonging to a certain community, understand, the socio-economic realities of communities and not just enumeration. But census is a data-driven exercise, right? Even the Congress party conducted census for several years. A census has to be different from survey, isn't it?
No, I totally agree. We can't do that. No, like you said, the government does the caste census, not the opposition. So since we do not have the power, what we do
census.
Okay, Mr. Agarwal, let her finish. I'll come back to you, sir.
No, but it is not called caste census. It is said census. Constitutional procedure is there.
Okay, it is a census in which caste will be enumerated. Yeah, Shama, please go on. Let's just have...
It's called a caste census. But since he is illiterate, I cannot continue about that. But it is caste census, and we have done something like this in Telangana. And we also inducted 3 new...
That is
I'm leaving the debate, Vasudha. I don't
want to let Shama respond, sir. I'm coming back to you.
I did not interrupt him.
No, I just want to ask, is Telangana...
Okay, let Shama respond. Let's just have Shama, yes. Let's just have Shama.
I'm not going to respond to these sort of people.
Okay, let's just have Shama. I'll come back to you, Mr. Agarwal.
I'll exit. I'm not interested in being such debates. I will exit. I'm telling you, I don't like
Shama, respond. I'll come back to Mr.
I'm very clear. I do not like such people. So I will not, I'll leave the debate.
You may not like me. That is not our problem.
I don't like such people.
Okay, Shama, please respond.
Childish.
Yeah.
No,
let's just have Shama, please.
This is not behavior I'm not interested in.
No, I just want to ask, is it survey or...
I did not interrupt, Vasudha.
Let us just have Shama. Yeah, please respond, ma'am.
So what I'm trying to say is in Telangana, what happens, why do we need this caste census? Let's understand that also. It's also to know various things, how much literacy has gone into these backward classes, economically how developed they are, whether they are able to get jobs in government jobs also, or are they getting into corporate world in high positions, multiple things. So in Telangana, after this, we have also inducted OBCs into our cabinet recently. See, when we say something, 1 second, we do it. And one more thing.
But Shama, in Karnataka, you had to redo the survey, right? So that's also a criticism that you're facing.
That's an issue because it was 10 years. That was 10 years old. Okay,
let her respond, Mr. Agarwal. I'll come back to you.
I don't give a
Shama, yes, quickly respond to that.
Yeah, so what I'm trying to say, in Karnataka, it is 10 years old. We did not put it out. So things change. So we definitely have to do another. Okay. And he's talked about Citizenship Amendment Act. I want to ask
Okay, fair enough. Let me get Mr. Agarwal's response now. Mr. Agarwal, Shama is saying that it's just going to be a bureaucratic exercise. How are you going to make it...
Citizenship Amendment Act? Your Citizenship Amendment Act is where? Which state?
Okay, Mr. Agarwal, the Congress is saying that the census that's been promised by the centre is just going to be a bureaucratic exercise. It will not look into socio-economic realities of people. Of course, the census is conducted by the centre. It's largely data-driven, but how will you respond to that?
I will just respond with one word, that Rahul Gandhi must have told Shamaji that these will not be included. Wait for it. The process is going on. The government has promised on the floor of the house. And the thing is, for 60 years, Congress has ruled this country. What did they do? They did not give a constitutional status to OBC Commission. The amount of welfare schemes, their targeted delivery, everywhere there is a big data that our government has been doing. 55 crore people have bank account has been opened. Okay. More than 36 lakh crore fund have been transferred to them directly. Farmers are getting crores of farmers.
Okay, Mr. Agarwal, I'm completely out of time, but you're saying that welfare speaks. Thank you, Shama. Thank you, Mr. Agarwal, for joining us on NDTV. The fight over one word caste is really about India's path to equitable policy making. But caste census, like we saw, an idea that has brought several political parties on one page, can it really bring in real change, or is it just going to become a political weapon? With that, it's time for a short break. More news and updates on the other side.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola, India's leading AI smartphone brand.
तू ही तो है जिसकी सच्चाई वाली क्लैरिटी की वजह से
मैं आज यहाँ हूँ।
गोल्ड प्लस सिल्वॉक्सी मिरर्स, ऐसी क्लैरिटी कि आपको सिर्फ सच नजर आए, चाहे कितने भी साल बीत जाएं।
The markets move fast.
And so should your portfolio. Expert insights, real-time stock picks.
Do I buy Ola?
Should I hold ICICI CDSL for the long term?
Buy, sell or hold.
The answers you need, straight from the experts.
Callers from India and across the world. Connect live, ask, decide and invest wisely.
Your portfolio, your future. Ask Profit.
In today's interconnected world, India's voice is more crucial than ever. When India speaks, the world listens. At NDTV World, we are that voice, bringing you intelligent and insightful news from India and beyond. From geopolitics and diplomacy to economic shifts, migrations, tech disruptions, and the stories of our diaspora. We cover the news that shapes our global future. NDTV World, your new home for global news is here.
The last 1 month, if you see, the share prices of Gensol Engineering has fallen more than 58%.
Why are the rating firms calling the debt payments as default?
We have two credible credit rating agencies on March 4th coming and downgrading the stock to D.
Statements are consistently being proven wrong,
right,
and transactions are being taken place which are different from what they were originally pictured to be.
The company claimed it would roll out 6,400 electric vehicles. But what it has rolled out is a shocking scam. Funds meant for the project were funneled allegedly back to the promoters, the Junkie brothers. What did the money buy? Not EVs, of course, but a lavish flat in Gurgaon's luxurious DLF Carmelias.
News is not just headlines, it is what impacts you. And news should never be mistaken for noise. What matters is the reality. Accurate, in-depth, and with the right perspective. For over 20 years, I have been a journalist, and never has clarity mattered more than now. At Newsnight, we go beyond the surface. We dissect the details, challenge the narratives, and bring you the unparalleled clarity you deserve in a world clouded by misinformation. We are bold, we are direct. Newsnight, for the news in your interest. Only on NDTV 24/7.
Air India plane crash in Ahmedabad. India's latest aviation disaster. India responds to the tragedy. Facts first, 100% ground reports.
Under this is the tail,
Here, and this is just one of the buildings that will give you an idea of the quantum of loss.
24 to 48 hours is the deadline that has been given for the DNA testing.
Maximum reporters, maximum coverage on NDTV.
Good evening and a very warm welcome to India Matters on Tuesday night. Now, since the crash of Air India Flight 171 last Thursday, there has been, and I'm sure you've noticed, an elevated sense of attention, whether it's on media, whether it's on your WhatsApp groups, whether it's on social networks, about any small glitch concerning passenger flights, whether it's delays, whether it is groundings, whether it is bomb scares. Well, here on India Matters and here on NDTV, I want to tell you there is nothing to panic about. Ignore the rumors. The civil aviation system is on high alert. There are many new rules and certifications that have been imposed as far as safety is concerned. And therefore, nobody needs to panic. The system is absolutely on alert. Today is a day when as many as 6 Air India flights, all of them international flights operated by Boeing 787-8 Dreamliner aircraft, were cancelled. But they happened for various reasons, whether it was a flight from Ahmedabad to London, whether it was a Delhi-Paris flight, whether it was a bunch of other flights operated by Air India using 787 Dreamliner aircraft. There were operational reasons, delays, and certain other reasons why these flights were cancelled. But I am here to tell you that there is no reason for panic. Do not worry about wondering whether you need to cancel your flight. This is simply the civil aviation system at a heightened sense of alert. Since the crash last week concerned an aircraft where the investigation has not concluded what may have actually gone wrong, the system has imposed additional inspection and safety requirements on the 787 fleet. And as a result of that, the number of additional inspections that need to be conducted on each of these aircraft often means that turnaround time, availability of aircraft, certain compliance issues with international airports can lead to delays and force these cancellations. So therefore, right at the outset, here on NDTV, I'm here to tell you there is no devious pattern to these cancellations. It's not like it was one reason why all of these flights have been cancelled. Each of them have their own reasons, and we will have experts on the show today to tell you that there is no reason for panic when it comes to passenger flights. Everything is normal. We do keep in view that a terrible tragedy has happened last week, but that was something that is being investigated right now. I'd like to show you which of those flights have been cancelled today, and this is just by way of information. AI 159 is an Ahmedabad London Gatwick flight. It was cancelled owing to operational issues, and this pertains to availability of aircraft, not any technical glitch or anything like that. AI 143 from Delhi to the Charles de Gaulle Airport in Paris was cancelled owing to certain issues detected in the pre-flight check. Again, this was a compliance issue, not a technical issue with the aircraft. AI 915 from Delhi to Dubai was also cancelled, reasons unknown. AI 153 from Delhi to Vienna cancelled, reasons unknown. AI 170 from London Gatwick back to India has also been cancelled, and there's a Bengaluru London Heathrow flight which was also cancelled for unknown reasons. But we are told by our sources that in the absence of official comments from Air India, you can assume that these are likely to be either operational issues owing to delays and availability of aircraft or certain compliance issues with international airports, not any technical flaws or any technical glitches comprising the Dreamliner fleet. Now, okay, so we've got a situation where 6 flights have been cancelled, 1 operator, and a multiplicity of flights that we've just shown you have been cancelled for reasons that are not and have nothing to do with technical issues. So I'm telling you that there is no reason for panic at this point. Let me go across to NDTV's Aishwarya Jain right at the start. He's been reporting from Ahmedabad in the aftermath of the AI 171 crash, and he also brought us the news today about the cancellation of AI 159 from Ahmedabad to London Gatwick. Aishwarya, the operational reasons for AI 159's cancellation today, could you explain that for us? We understand that was due to some kind of unavailability of aircraft owing to the additional inspections that the DGCA has imposed on the 787.
Well, certainly, there are additional precautionary pre-checks that are being done after the tragic plane crash here in Ahmedabad, and that are being duly followed by the airlines, and that is taking much longer than usual time to turn around the flight and to take that flight to the destination. Of course, there is one more reason that has been given because of the conflict in the Middle East. There is a no-fly zone that has been declared, and therefore the reason perhaps extra time is being taken to the flight to reach their destinations. But perhaps I've been speaking to these passengers. I was at the Ahmedabad airport this afternoon when the passengers got to know that their flight was first delayed by 3 hours and later they got to know about the cancellation. Some of the passengers, yes, they had raised the concerns that why they were not told, 2 to 3 hours before, and while they were checking in, they were informed that their flight was cancelled. Although there were refunds that were issued, there were hotel arrangements that were made, but on the other side, there were few other passengers as well that they were pretty happy of the fact that now the airlines is managing and taking precautionary steps, doing those pre-checks, so there should be no further such incident that can happen. And therefore the reason perhaps the passengers, I did not see any panic on their faces. They were pretty happy of what the airlines are doing as far as checking and regulating the flights. So yes, there were operational issues, and therefore the reason perhaps the flights today we have seen on different routes getting cancelled.
This is a very important point that we want to emphasize here on NDTV, because we only give you the facts, and we will not, like certain others, sensationalize the fear of passengers who might be looking at all of these news reports around them and maybe panicking or possibly even changing their travel plans. Aishwarya Patil from NDTV Profit is also with us. Aishwarya, 6 flights being cancelled in a day by a single carrier on the same aircraft type, is something that catches attention. It is most certainly a headline. But as Aishwarya pointed out, it is, each of these need to be taken individually. There is a context in which they are happening. There is a heightened sense of alert and caution being imposed on the fleet owing to the tragedy last week. What are you hearing from Air India and from the DGCA?
Certainly, we'll outline what the key reasons are for these 6 flights that were cancelled throughout the day. So first off, pre-flight checks are regular, and that was done on some of these flights, and some issues occurred. Some of the flights were grounded. So before anything could have happened, this was a precautionary measure. The other part was cancellations and mid-air switchbacks. All of them we'll outline and take you through which routes in fact were included and were affected in the 6 flights that we're talking about today. The route is Delhi-Dubai, Delhi-Vienna, Delhi-Paris, Ahmedabad-London, Bangalore-London, and London-Amritsar, like you did show in your graphics as well. So the Dreamliner AI315 had to return to Hong Kong due to a technical issue. That was the only one flight. A San Francisco-Mumbai flight faced a snag in Calcutta. As far as AI143 Delhi-Paris is concerned, this one was cancelled because of repairs during the pre-flight checks that could have risked violating Paris nighttime flying schedule as well. The airport that you mentioned, Paris airport, it would have flouted the nighttime flying rules. For that reason, this particular Delhi-Paris flight was also cancelled. Ahmedabad-London Gatwick flight was grounded to aircraft unavailability, and this was of course done amid precautionary checks and airspace restrictions that was being done. So Air India did clarify on the technical faults. They did mention that there was no technical fault as such that was found in that particular aircraft and was just a precautionary step that was being taken. Separately, Dreamliners from Lufthansa and British Airways were also returned mid-air en route to India. These were the disruptions across June 17th that we saw across these 6 flights today.
Yes.
Overall, it was restricted to cancellations and mid-air switchbacks.
Aishwarya Patil, Aishwarya Jain, thank you very much for tracking this story. It's important to put this into context because, like I said, I have noticed that there are many messages doing the rounds on WhatsApp. There are social media tweets and posts on Instagram that may be misleading for passengers and give them a false sense of threat or dread about cancelling their travel plans. We are here to tell you please trust the system when it comes to aviation safety at this point of time. Everything is being done, and even cancellations, as inconvenient as they might be, are in the interests of safety and compliance with the additional mandatory checks that have been made compulsory for the 787 fleet. So it's nothing to actually panic about. Let's get a perspective from those who are actually in the business of flying. Captain Rakesh Rai is a former 787 pilot from Air India, a person who you've seen here on NDTV. He is in fact someone who has flown literally the same 787 that tragically was lost in that crash last week. We also have Mirza Faizan, who's a well-known aviation expert. And we are joined by Group Captain MJ Augustine Vinod as well. Welcome, gentlemen. Thank you very much for being with me. Captain Rai, I'd like to start this off with you. 6 Dreamliner Air India flights cancelled today for a variety of different reasons. There doesn't appear to be one reason. The overall sense is that the additional inspection requirements has added pressure in terms of turnaround time, certain operational aspects. No reason to believe that there is some kind of overarching technical glare on the fleet as such, so people shouldn't be panicking. How do you read this, Captain Rai?
Namaskar and Jai Hind. I hope I am audibly very clear.
Yes.
Okay. First of all, it's very heartening to see smiling passengers at Ahmedabad airport. That should be an example for rest of the passengers all over the country and all over the world, that there is nothing to worry about, as you very rightly put across it. Now, the cancellations are basically because of the directives of DGCA to carry out checks on the aeroplane. The checks on the aeroplane can only be carried out when the aeroplane is pulled out of line for flight.
Yeah.
So as aeroplanes are getting pulled out of line for checks, the availability of aircraft is going to be less. So all the sectors cannot be serviced with lesser number of aeroplanes. That is one reason. The other reason is, like, the passengers need not worry. These are all cautionary things and elevated caution. The diversions which you are talking about, which people are talking about, have been on a very cautionary note. There is nothing to worry about. One must realize that every day close to 1 lakh flights operate all over the world. And there are many turnbacks, there are many diversions which do not get reported. They are getting reported right now is because of the elevated anxiety after this accident.
Yes.
Otherwise, these are routine matters. If before this accident, how many news items did we get to hear that so-and-so aircraft diverted in other places and all? So that is the reason why people need not worry about this situation at all. It's absolutely safe. The regulators are doing a fantastic job, and even if some diversions have taken place or the aircraft have returned to base, they are all cautionary, and I'm very happy the pilots have taken very mature decision to be on the positive side of flight safety.
Yes. Indeed.
That's the way I look at it.
I hear what you're saying, and I'm so glad you've said it, Captain Rai, and your words carry more weight than most because you've been in that seat. You've taken these decisions. I am sure in the course of your career flying aircraft for Air India, you've taken the difficult decision for turnaround and landing as well. So this is, it's heartening to hear from someone, if I can use that phrase, with skin in the game, to actually validate some of these decisions being taken. Mr. Faizan, your view on this, clearly this heightened sense of sensitivity to any small, glitch or technical snag or turnaround and, land U-turns in the air, etc., have obviously resulted in a sense of anxiety. How do you read 6 Dreamliner flights operated by Air India being cancelled in a single day? Put it into context for us.
Good evening, Chef. Thank you for having me. So I totally agree with Captain Rai. This is a routine matter, as far as cancellation is considered, right? We are in a business. Aviation is a business where safety is paramount. And there is a saying in aviation industry which goes like, almost right is 100% wrong. So we do not work with almost right attitude. We have to be 100% right. And sometime to change that 99.9% into 100%, that requires time, that requires inspection, that requires re-inspection, certification, that requires clearance, right? So what I think Air India is doing at this point of time is they must be, inspecting all the maintenance records.
Yes.
They must be checking and rechecking. So once you do all of that, of course, the aircraft has to be grounded for you to do these inspections. And these are routine matters, as Captain Rai has very clearly pointed out, and I totally agree with him.
Again, very heartening to hear that these are routine inspections. Obviously, there's a heightened sense of some of these requirements, and therefore the system imposing these requirements means some of these cancellations and inconveniences will happen, but that is certainly no cause for panic. Group Captain Vinod, it's only been 4 days since that accident in Ahmedabad. Like Captain Rai said, while we remember and still grieve for those lost in the Ahmedabad crash, it is in a way heartening to see passengers at the Ahmedabad airport, looking to get their flight and fly out. Life moves on as far as people are concerned, and therefore it's important at this point of time to make sure that there is no rumor mongering, no scaremongering, no half-truths, no half-baked facts, and no sensationalism that may disrupt things all over again.
Absolutely, Shiv, and I can confirm this. I just landed and the flight is completely full. Yeah. So I do not, not only the flight I came in, it was from a second-tier town called Jabalpur, even from everywhere. Flights are running full. So the fact and what it is made out to be are two different matters altogether. I do not also should think that, it's easy to rumor monger and create certain kind of a different kind of a hype amongst Indian public, because most Indian public are very well informed. Yeah. You will not believe it. I was speaking to my chauffeur about the driver who was bringing me home. Oh, his ideas were absolutely clear, Shiv, and I was so happy to listening to him that I didn't speak a word, and he understood the whole thing so beautifully. I mean, he said something which really stuck with me, Shukla ji. He said, sir, गाड़ी हमारा भी कभी-कभी खराब हो जाती है, तो हम सारे गाड़ियों को एक साथ मिलके चेक करते हैं और फिर बोलते हैं अच्छा चलो लेके जाओ. So he knows, he understands what is one-time check means, and he appreciates that Air India is putting down its aeroplane and checking its aeroplane properly, and then only are letting passengers in. Like Captain said, almost serviceable is unserviceable. In Air Force, we used to say, whenever there is doubt, there is no doubt. It is unserviceable. Absolutely. It is as simple as that. We don't have wings to fly like birds do. So we are encroaching into their territory, and we have to be absolutely certain that our wings are ready to fly.
No, and
absolutely.
Like Mr. Faizan said, almost right is 100% wrong when it comes to flight safety. I don't think I can put it better than that. But Captain Rai, there is also a requirement and a need for people to understand that while there is this elevated sense of caution within the system, and I agree with Group Captain Vinod when he says passengers in India are generally well aware, it's also important to contextualize the fact that it's very difficult for airlines to cancel flights. It's a tough decision because these things cost a lot of money. There is reputational damage. There are operational disruptions as a result of this. There are angry passengers. So cancelling flights is never something that airlines want to do.
Absolutely right. Cancelling flights causes disruption at many levels. There could be various reasons for cancelling flights. Like right now, we have some issue going on between Israel and Iran. The airspace is closed. The aeroplanes have to be routed through different routes. Different landing permissions have to be taken from different countries. There are, flying range issues, whether the flight can fly directly to USA or not. So even if you go hopping from India via Europe to USA, the requirement of number of aeroplanes increases many-fold. So as a result, flights have to get cancelled. There is no other option. So there could be many reasons because of which flights can get cancelled, and airlines lose a lot of money doing that, and they are not happy doing it. And like Mirza rightly put across, the flight safety aspect has to be 100% correct. I am an ex-Air Force pilot. I was a fighter pilot in the Air Force.
Yes.
When I took an aeroplane up, it had to be 100% serviceable. There is no other option available. So that has to be understood by passengers, that whenever an aeroplane is offered to fly, it is fully serviceable.
Yeah.
And like the taxi driver rightly said, Vinod said very correctly that, it's a machine. Anything can go wrong. Train accidents take place. Do people stop traveling by train? No. Road accidents take place. Do people stop traveling on the road? No. This is one off thing. It has happened. I mean, there is nothing to worry about. It's the safest mode of transportation in the world. Passengers don't need to worry at all. All these cancellations are precautionary, and that's elevated sense of caution, the right phrase which you have used, and that's the only reason. It's very heartening to see passengers flying. Yeah. Flights are going full, and that's a very, very good example.
Final question to you, Mr. Faizan, is, there will be a sense, while we sort of try and calm people down and remind them that, flying in a passenger jet is one of the safest ways to fly and there's no reason to panic. There's obviously a question in people's mind, when will all this settle down? This sense of tension, this sense of anxiety, when will all that settle down? We do know there's an investigation that's on right now that could have its own, findings that might have a bearing on the 787 or aircraft in general. So could you throw some light on that so people can start feeling a little better?
Humans have relatively short memory span, right? So start showing some good thing on the TVs. People will forget it.
That's why this show.
Right?
That's why this show.
Exactly. This show is really a good step in the right direction, right? I mean, this is a confidence building, and people should know this. I mean, there's one data which is very old data, but I'll tell you, right? The chances of anyone dying in a air crash is 1 in 11 million. And the chance of anyone dying in a car crash is 1 in 101.
Yeah.
So do people stop traveling? So they do not. Okay. That's all I have to say.
Group Captain Vinod, final comments on that then? No reason for panic, and hopefully things will settle down soon? Okay, I think we've lost that line with Group Captain. I think we've lost that line with Group Captain Rai. Yeah, you raised your finger. Quick answer from you, final. Captain Rai.
Yeah, Shiv, thanks a ton to you for bringing up this show. Can you hear me? Sure. It's a great initiative in allaying the fears of the passengers, and this was very much needed. And I'm sure all the people watching this show will be grateful to you. And I hope people do not panic anymore. Things will get settled down, like Mirza had said, very soon. And there is nothing more to worry about.
Thank you so much, Captain Rakesh Rai, Mirza Faizan, and Group Captain Vinod. Apologies to you, Group Captain. We lost your line for a minute, but I'm out of time on this discussion. But I'm sure aviation safety is going to be a big headline. And I promise the three of you that we will report responsibly, and we will try and allay the fears with factual information, because that is what NDTV stands for. Thank you very much. And continue to stay with us, because I wanted to bring another angle to the entire investigation into the crash of AI 171. In the hours and days that followed the crash of Air India Flight 171 last Thursday, a flurry of aviation experts, both Indian and international, rushed to say pilot error, making it one of the dominant themes in the public mind. As I said on my show yesterday, this conspicuous attempt to spin the crash as pilot error was speculative, premature, and disturbingly convenient. But now, as the dust settles or starts to settle, something extraordinary has happened. Expert opinion has quietly, decisively settled on something far worse and something that almost everyone missed. A single frame in that original crash video that you saw minutes after the accident. A tiny little detail missed by many, obscured in the grainy footage, is now totally clear. During those 32 seconds that flight AI-171 spent in the air, it deployed its RAT. That's R-A-T, full form, Ram Air Turbine. And I'll explain what that is. For the uninitiated, the RAT is a last resort emergency device on an aircraft like the Boeing 787, a kind of backup generator which pops out below the aircraft automatically when a plane suddenly loses all main electric and hydraulic power, most commonly due to a dual engine failure, which means both engines failing. It uses the force of the air rushing past the aircraft to power critical systems just long enough for the pilots to try and save the aircraft. It's like a little propeller if you look at the pictures on your screen. Well, in modern aviation, a dual engine failure is vanishingly rare. It's one of the most extreme and least expected emergencies in a twin engine jet. In a flight that has just taken off with the power of those very same engines, it is even more rare. And yet, here it is on video. The RAT, the Ram Air Turbine, visibly and audibly deployed. It is the first demonstrable, audible and visible clue from the crash. Not theory, not opinion, but actual visual evidence that most air power experts who've been watching this, aviation commentators, seem to unitedly agree with. A single engine failure on an aircraft like a 787 is rare but understandable. And if that were the case, AI-171 would have been able to turn around and land on the power of the single remaining engine, because that's how these aircraft are designed. They can fly on just one engine. But how could a dual engine failure actually happen? Could it be contaminated fuel? Some other major technical issue that hasn't been detected yet? Something a probe will hopefully track and catch, and we've got full faith that the probe will do its job. This small but explosive revelation shifts the investigation's center of gravity, no longer just about the men in the cockpit, but about what may have failed behind them, around them. Unlike the instinct sometimes to assign blame to the pilots, a human face for a complex tragedy, this points perhaps to something larger, more mechanical, more systemic, and more catastrophic. Will the probe now follow this clue? Will the Ram Air Turbine, that tiny propeller that popped out of the aircraft, finally speak louder than the noise? That, for now, remains to be seen. And here are the big questions that we're asking on this, and we will get expert views on this from our guests tonight. The dual engine fail theory that seems to be consolidating around AI-171. Number one, is it possible that aviation fuel was contaminated leading to this dual engine failure? Was there improper fueling? Is that a possibility? And remember, none of this is to sensationalize what is happening. I can guarantee you that every one of these questions being asked are questions being asked by the investigators as possibility. Simultaneous mechanical failure possible in both engines, extremely rare, like I told you. Could there have been a major software glitch or some kind of software flaw? Was there a catastrophic electrical failure? Maintenance error with valves and vital connections? Is that why maintenance records also have to be looked at? These are the questions that we are asking right now. And there are some who say even sabotage as a possibility is something that the agencies would be looking at very closely. I want to go back to our experts right now. Captain Rai, Mirza Faizan and Group Captain Vinod continue to be with me, and I've requested them to stay with me because this is an important issue. Captain Rai, the Ram Air Turbine theory has gained credence ever since the original crash video has emerged, where aviation experts, veterans, pilots watching these videos say as far as the audio is concerned, as far as the freeze frame of the aircraft is concerned, that seems to be the case. I remember even when we spoke earlier, you did mention the dual engine failure theory as a very high likelihood, and that appears to be where things are pointing now.
The deployment of ram air turbine, as you rightly explained, could be because of total electrical failure, hydraulic failure, or dual engine failure. And you very rightly brought out the RAT is like a fan, kind of a big pedestal fan which you have in the house with a big, propeller kind of blade. The thing with RAT is when the RAT gets deployed, it takes about 20 to 25 seconds for the RAT to become operative. It has to gain that kind of speed for it to start producing hydraulic pressure or electrical system, helping out the electrical system. In this particular case, when the dual engine failure, most likely, the investigation agencies will find out if it was a dual engine failure. From the time it happened to the point of impact, there was not enough time for the RAT to become effective. Number one. Number two, RAT is not something which will propel an aeroplane. It's not like an engine. It is just producing hydraulic and electrical power. So to expect the RAT to propel the aeroplane and take it up in air, no, it doesn't happen. So the time here is of utmost importance. The aeroplane did not have time enough for the RAT to become effective and help the pilot. So that is the major issue here.
Mr. Faizan, the ram air turbine theory, and on NDTV we've been looking at all aspects of this investigation, and it is very important for us to emphasize that we do not wish to jump the gun. We are only reflecting expert views here. And trying to get context so our viewers can understand what's going on. The ram air turbine is something that's been mentioned by a multiplicity of experts who had initially talked about pilot error. We debunked that when we did our show yesterday, saying it's wrong for people to jump the gun on anything. But here you have a video where there is apparent visual evidence to suggest that that may be the direction in which the probe might be moving. Your thoughts, Mr. Faizan?
So, Shiv, we have to start with understanding how air crash investigation starts, right? So the air crash investigation starts with, if we have the debris of the aircraft, looking at the debris of the aircraft. The moment we see that the aircraft has landed, looks like in a controlled flight, not toppled, not on any of the wing. That means most of the case, the engine, the issue is with the propulsion system. And I was a couple of hours later, like 2.5 hours later, when I was on my first interview, that's when I made this really clear that it's easy to blame the dead man, right? So it's not a pilot error. I do not see this as a pilot error, right? And I put my suspicion on the propulsion system as well. Now, as far as RAT is being deployed, right? As Captain Rai said, it gives around 15 to 20 kVA electricity and around 3,000 psi of hydraulic pressure as well. So that minimal hydraulic. So this also indicates the loss of power supplied by the engine. So now the investigation, probably will be going on engine and the reasons leading to the failure of engine. Might be a fuel issue. There might also be an issue with TQM, and I have been saying that thrust quadrant module, right? So the lever and the system which provides give instruction to the engine to give thrust, right? But these all are speculations. I mean, the investigators already have the black box data, so it's just a matter of time. Things are going to be very, very clear. Sure.
Group Captain Vinod, your view on the ram air turbine theory. I agree with both Captain Rai and Mirza Faizan when he says, the investigation is still on. The dual engine failure, which we have, I hope we are right when we say that it is something that should be treated as extremely rare if that in fact has occurred. Your view on those thoughts, Group Captain Vinod?
Shiv, in fact, all along I've been saying this. Eventual crash is because of an aerodynamic stall. There is no doubt about that in anyone's mind. at about 150 to 170 knots with a high angle of attack is when the crashes happened. There is no doubt on that either. But what led to aerodynamic stall is the question that needed to be answered. And I was all along of the opinion that the aerodynamic stall which led to the crash could have been due to loss of lift, and loss of lift could be a combination of airframe related and power related issue, combination of both. If you listen to the audio and see the deployment of RAT, to me it appears that it was a slow wind down of engine shift and not a complete loss of power. Of course, both the captains said, only the air crash investigation will come out with the complete fact. I'm a trained air crash investigator, done many investigations, including some fatal accidents. So there is a method to this entire way we go about. There is a whole lot of work to be done.
Yeah.
And a lot of people ask us, I mean, today someone asked me also in the cockpit, I was waiting. I said, why does it take 7 to 8 months? So the amount of the data that you need to pour into, and there are other legal requirements that you need to go into before any air accident investigation is made public. A. B, civilian air accident investigation is a public document because it involves the general public. So everything is available from the net. One quick point, Shiv, is that once the RAT, like Captain covered, once the RAT is deployed, it takes a while for RAT to give you either give it to you in electrical power or hydraulic power. But in the interim, batteries kick in, Shiv, and the batteries provide you an uninterrupted kind of an UPS. It works till the time the RAT kicks in. And the RAT can kick in for both hydraulic as well as for electrical requirement. So, slow wind down of power, why could it have happened? Captain raising a point about EQM. All these things will come out hopefully very soon. Maybe an interim report will come out in a week, 10 days. Maybe if that interim report points in a particular direction, a different kind of one-time check on all 787 world over might happen.
Yes.
Over to you, Shiv.
Captain Rai, I have just a couple of minutes left. I'll try and get to all three of you. But Captain Rai, it is, when we hear about crashes happen, it is almost never that there are actual videos of the accident. And in this particular accident, there are 2 videos of it. While we acknowledge the terrible tragedy and the loss, this is actually good news for the investigators because it helps us arrive at the truth much faster. Am I right, Captain Rai?
Absolutely. These 2 videos are priceless. These 2 videos will go a long way in coordinating the investigation and also trying to find out, based on the different stages of the aeroplane, as you see the way it has climbed, the way it starts descending, the way the angle of attack is going up, the way the RAT has got deployed. All these things together will help in finding out the reason behind the crash. Also, the delay, like Vinod had rightly put on, the delay could also be, because of the reasons like when the debris is collected, it is now laid down in an open area and the whole aircraft is reconstructed piece by piece to find out what exactly could have gone wrong. That is a very long process. Collecting all the pieces, putting them and making, whatever is left of the aeroplane, getting it into a shape of an airplane and try to study the different locations of the flight controls and the engines and the throttle quadrant. So it takes time to come to a conclusion. So that's the reason people, should realize that the report cannot be expected very soon.
Okay, hopefully it will be a matter of weeks or months and not longer than that, and there will be a conclusive answer to what is happening. We on NDTV will continue to report the facts. We will not sensationalize because we understand that this is a delicate time there is a sense of fear and anxiety out there, and any information we put out will be put out most responsibly. That is my assurance to all of you who are in the industry, and my assurance to all of our viewers on NDTV all across India and all across the world, because let us acknowledge that this is a story that has immediate international ramifications pending what the findings of that probe are actually going to be. Mirza Faizan, Captain Rakesh Rai and Group Captain Vinod, appreciate your wisdom and time on this important and sensitive story. Thank you. A video that is breaking India's heart. And yes, we are still talking about air accidents. This video on your screen comes in a week of terrible mourning, grieving and loss for India. Not long after the Air India 171 crash in Ahmedabad, a helicopter went down on the way to Kedarnath. It was the 5th such accident and the 2nd fatal such crash in just the last couple of weeks. The pilot of that aircraft was an army officer, and the woman you see on your screen is his wife, also an army officer, a serving army officer, Lieutenant Colonel Deepika Chauhan in these images, in full uniform, holding that picture of her husband and walking in his funeral procession in Jaipur. These pictures have broken 1 billion hearts, and they have reminded everyone that the nation owes Colonel Deepika accountability, answers, a salute, and our eternal thanks for her service and the service of her husband. But there are bigger questions to ask. As we look at these pictures, as these pictures break our hearts, let's remember that Colonel Deepika's husband, Colonel Rajveer Singh Chauhan, was killed in a helicopter crash. The 5th such accident, like I said, in just 1.5 weeks. These are helicopter routes that ferry hundreds of people every single day on the route to Kedarnath in Uttarakhand, one of the trickiest places to fly in. And I have with me now Captain Shyam Kumar. He's an air safety expert and a former helicopter pilot himself. Captain Kumar, thank you for being with me here on India Matters on NDTV. These are heartbreaking images that we look at, but Colonel Rajveer is only the latest person to pay with his life in a sector of the country where helicopter flights have been going on for a very long time. But there clearly is a problem, whether it is safety, whether it is guidelines, whether it is infrastructure, whether it is compliance, something needs to be done. What are your views on helicopter flying in the Kedarnath route, sir?
Thank you, Jai Hind, Shano Baruna. First of all, my condolences to late Colonel Rajveer Singh Chauhan, and I sympathize with the family and prayers that the strength come to the family to withstand the pressure and the grief that Lieutenant Colonel Deepika Chauhan and the family is going through.
Yeah.
We have lost a colleague and we have lost a helicopter pilot. It is said that helicopters are very complex machines to fly, and mostly the pilots first learn to fly on the fixed wing aircraft, and then they graduate to this complex machine, which has the capability to carry out advanced maneuvers to take off from place vertically and then land back vertically, avoiding the requirement of a long runway, and flexibility of operation. With this flexibility comes the very, very tough challenges of its maintenance, procedures, binding to the SOPs, and the reactions that the pilot has to fly in unknown, uncharted terrains quite a bit, which are probably little away from the fixed wing flying. When I say this, the protection that a fixed wing aircraft gets from runway to runway, the predictions of weather, the support system, the SOPs, the navigates en route, and the aircraft itself is capable to fly with a lot of good avionics. Whereas a helicopter like this, which was from Aryan company, was a single engine Bell helicopter, 410 I think, and a single pilot operation. Imagine. that is where we first understand the challenges that helicopter pilot must have been going through, and then flying into terrain which is mountainous and unpredictable weathers. These things we have to keep in mind. I'm going systematically. Material is one point, maintenance is one point. The natural challenges and environmental challenges are second point. And then comes the pilot's skill. So we must understand we are doing frequent flying in these hills, and world over, and especially in India in monsoon conditions. Most of the helicopter, why I'm saying so, most of the helicopter accidents have taken place in mountainous regions, in Army, Navy, Air Force, which I am privy to as a flight safety man, with more than 3,000 accidents of all the three services under my analysis as a member of exam committee during 2007-8, when we had this infamous accidents of MiG-21, and when we made a committee, when the Rang De Basanti came, we carried out analysis jointly, and I know even Navy has many crashes like this in mountainous terrains, Air Force has, Army has. Now we can say that the helicopter was flying early morning, and in a situation when there has been rain, and there was a cloud burst around, valley flying. So obviously when the aircraft is going through such situations, the pilot's skill comes into play. And I'm sure he was a very, very experienced pilot from the Army who has flown enough on the single engine aircraft in Chetak, Cheetah, and in the mountainous terrain. I'm sure he would have done his best.
What does
Captain
Kumar, very quickly, what does the government, in your view, need to do? You know, whenever accidents happen in Uttarakhand, we hear about state government guidelines being, issued, etc. Given we know the treacherous nature of helicopter flying, the dangers of this route itself, what do you think the state government needs to do?
State government has given no-go to any helicopter operation for the time being. They would be carrying out checks on the SOP, the operations. See, these guidelines are maintained through DGCA. And then there is Aircraft Accident Investigation Board, the Directorate of Airworthiness under DGCA, whereas AAIB is an independent body which is carrying out investigation in Ahmedabad crash. Also, I was just hearing a program on which I have given my comments for the last 5 days continuously. There are certain rules and there are certain executions. And when you have rules, they have to be followed. They're generally stringent in protected operations. But in these independent operations like this, when you are flying from advanced landing grounds, landing at new places where protection system is less, they are likely to be, overlooking on certain procedures. And that is why I have to say that policy making bodies like state government who is
whether it is you're right, Captain Kumar, whether it is shortcuts, whether it is pressure on these private operators to complete as many round trips as possible, there are a combination of factors that need to be investigated. We will not point in any one direction, but an all-round approach to flight safety is clearly required in the mountains of Uttarakhand, and we will continue to report it, not only because it is the right thing to do for every passenger, but also tonight because we owe accountability and answers to the woman that you see on your screen. That is Lieutenant Colonel Deepika Chauhan. Thank you very much, Captain Kumar, for joining us on this story. Well, the other terribly heartbreaking image continues to be those who were lost in Air India Flight 171. And today, 3 members of Flight 171's crew, including Captain Sumit Sabharwal, the pilot in command, were bid a tearful farewell in their respective cities. From the 90-year-old father of the pilot to the families of cabin crew member Shraddha to another cabin crew member Maithili. This is a country's goodbye.
Captain Sumit Sabharwal's 88-year-old father, Pushak Raj Sabharwal, broken. His wait for his son to take an early retirement to spend time with him will never end. He's sending his 56-year-old son on his final journey. The solace, Captain Sumit Sabharwal's last flight may have ended in tragedy, but his memory lives on as a man of duty, dignity, a son devoted to his father. Among those known like veteran industrialist Niranjan Hiranandani,
devastated to say the least, and I think only justice can be to use this moment to study the case thoroughly and leave no gaps for the future.
And the common man.
First thing for a parent is to see their child go.
He was such a dedicated son, committed pilot, such a wonderful person, such this thing. इतना parents को ध्यान रखना, इतना uncle को ध्यान रखना, पूरे परिवार को लेके इतनी patience.
The story was no different at Mulund, the home of Shraddha Dhawan, Captain Sabharwal's colleague and in-cabin supervisor of the ill-fated flight. She leaves behind a 15-year-old daughter and a husband who also works with Air India. "21-year-old Maithili Patil, another crew member on the ill-fated Dreamliner, also returned home to her roots in a village in Raigad for the last time. A young life gone too soon. The skies in Amreli, Gujarat wept as the city bid farewell to Arjun Patolia. Arjun, a UK resident, is the face of a trail of tragedies. He came home to immerse his wife Bharti's ashes in the Narmada, leaving his 4 and 8-year-old daughters in London. They will never see him again. With Anuj Raite, Radhika Ramaswamy, NDTV 24/7.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola, India's leading AI smartphone brand.
गोल्ड प्लस ऑप्टिमिस्टिक रिफ्लेक्टिव ग्लास लगाओ, धूप की गर्मी को दूर भगाओ और बिजली का बिल भी बचाओ।
If it matters to you, if it matters to you, if it matters to you, it matters to India. It matters to India. It matters to India. And it matters to me. And it matters to me.
India Matters with Shivaru, only on NDTV 24/7. Is your business future ready? Join the 13-week strategic ESG certification program for business sustainability and growth for CXO and business leaders by NDTV, Terry and Zenora. Master global ESG frameworks, gain real-world tools and lead with impact. Starts July 13th. Enroll now and power your business with sustainability.
As the Iran-Israel war escalates, Indian students in the crossfire.
हमें as soon as possible evacuate किया जाए.
War zone worries grip parents. The next Indian mass evacuation ahead. NDTV at Ground Zero. Three days after
And we do have breaking news coming in here on NDTV. The aviation watchdog of the country, the Director General of Civil Aviation, has just held a high-level meeting. There is a clean chit that has been issued to the Boeing 787 fleet of Air India. So this is a huge sigh of relief for the carrier. And we've got more information coming in. The DGCA has issued a thumbs up to the Boeing Dreamliner. It is compliant with all norms, no safety concerns with the 787, says the DGCA. So a big thumbs up for the Dreamliner, no safety concerns. There are certain coordination issues that have been discussed right now for Air India and Air India Express. Sesha Sen of NDTV Profit is with me live. Sesha, good news for Air India and the 787 fleet, no safety concerns found.
Absolutely. The DGCA has said that, 24 out of the 33 Dreamliners which have been inspected so far are cleared. There are no major safety concerns that were flagged. There are some 9 aircraft for which the safety checks are remain to be done, 2 of which are scheduled tomorrow, one also, which is grounded, that also remains to be done, and remaining 4 aircraft are currently under MRO will also undergo the mandated check. But the key takeaway from the meeting is that the 24 out of the 33 aircraft that has been inspected so far have been found to have no major concerns. The airlines were, apart from this particular news, the other things that were discussed in the meeting where Air India was asked to improve their internal coordination across engineering operations and ground handling units to ensure minimum passenger delays, and also they were asked to communicate promptly to the passengers about the alternative routes that they were using to minimize disruptions on airspace restrictions. So yes, that is all that were discussed in today's DGCA and Air India meet.
So while the investigation into AI 171 continues, a clean bill of health to the 787 Dreamliner of Air India, 34 in all in operation. They've been given a clean chit, a clean bill of health, and can continue operations. Remember, on a day when 6 flights operating the 787 were cancelled, the DGCA issuing a thumbs up to the 787 Dreamliner. So Field Marshal Asim Munir, yes, that's right, the self-promoted architect of Pakistan's most recent military humiliation, is on a 5-day official visit to the United States. First, it was reported that he was being hosted by Trump at the US Army's anniversary. Then the White House denied that he had been invited. Then it was confirmed that Munir was indeed going, except he was on an official bilateral visit that had nothing to do with the US president. Anyway, the fact is, Asim Munir, the Army Chief of Pakistan, is currently in Washington. Now, barely a month after 19 Indian BrahMos missiles and a few choice airstrikes sent his prized military toys into flames and folklore, Munir has decided the time is ripe for a foreign vacation. Funded, of course, by Pakistan's public and taxpayers, who must pay for a self-appointed Field Marshal's latest junket. Now, this is the same man, remember, whose army was so rattled, one of his generals had to literally plead for a ceasefire after 4 days of being bombed. But forget introspection, forget even a basic show of humility. Asim Munir is in Washington probably hoping a few salutes and maybe a nice steak will help him forget that his Chinese-built air defense grid lit up the night sky and then fell totally silent without hitting a single incoming Indian missile. Now, outside his hotel today, protesters. Take a look at this video. Pakistani expats, many loyal to Imran Khan but shouting something the whole diaspora seemed to agree on, that this man, Asim Munir, is a butcher. These are hecklers outside Asim Munir's hotel. That's the kind of welcome that he got from Pakistan. Not as a protector. He was booed and heckled, humiliated on foreign soil. And no surprise, he's a general more feared by his own country than any enemy. And why is he in DC really? Well, listen into what these people are saying.
Asim Munir, Islamabad ke qatil. Islamabad ke qatil. Oh, qatil, Pakistani ke qatil. Pakistani ke qatil. Asim Munir, Islamabad ke qatil. Islamabad ke qatil. Oh, qatil, Pakistani ke qatil.
So here's a thought, and you heard what those people said. Maybe Munir is quietly debriefing the Americans on how many American-built F-16s were blown to bits by Indian ordnance. Maybe he's whispering to engineers about what didn't work. Or maybe in classic Pakistani double agent tradition, he'll now go back and do the same for the Chinese. Spill the beans on how Shaheen missiles, or whatever they call it, JF-17s and anti-drone systems all spectacularly failed. Because when your country's entire defense strategy collapses in under 48 hours, what do? You go to America. You bow low, you trade secrets for silence, humiliation for handshakes. Asim Munir, field marshal of defeat, may have lost the battlefield, but hey, he's still winning at hotel breakfast buffets. Well, we certainly hope Asim Munir enjoys the rest of his vacation, because that's what it really is. It's a wrap on India Matters, and it's now over to Martyr for the rest of the show.
Yes, and that's actually a very, very fascinating story which you brought for our viewers there, Shiv. So thank you so much. Hello, everyone. This is Left, Right and Center, and I'm Maria Shakil. Over the next 1 hour, we'll get you the latest in the ongoing controversy involving Kamal Hassan's thug life, an update on the bilateral between Prime Minister Modi and his Canadian counterpart, Prime Minister Carney. And there'll be a special report coming in from Canada. And how has India's decision to put the Indus Water Treaty on hold is causing massive water shortage in Pakistan. There's a special report coming in from the neighbor. But first, there's a piece of breaking news that is coming in. The Directorate General of Civil Aviation, that is the DGCA, held a high-level meeting with senior officials of Air India and Air India Express, who are currently operating over 1,000 flights daily across domestic and international sectors. And the meeting was convened, remember, to review the operational robustness of this airline and ensure that there is continued compliance with safety and passenger service regulation. Now, the DGCA has said that there are no safety concerns with 787 and the aircraft is compliant with norms. This is a big thumbs up that is coming in from the DGCA to the Boeing Dreamliner. In fact, NDTV Profits reporter is joining us on the phone line. Shresha, give us the details. I mean, this would come as a huge relief for the Dreamliner.
Absolutely. The civil aviation regulator, DGCA, says that the surveillance conducted on Air India's Boeing 787 so far did not reveal any major safety concerns. The aircraft and the associated maintenance systems were found to be compliant with the existing safety standards. So 24 out of the 33 Dreamliners were cleared and no safety concerns were flagged. 3 more scheduled for checks within the next 48 hours, whereas 4 other Boeing 787s under MRO is released, is scheduled to be inspected before they are released from their respective maintenance hangars. So broadly, it's a clean sheet for, if we can say. Also, DGCA recommended the implementation of a more systematic and real-time defect reporting mechanism to ensure that, operational and safety critical departments receive timely updates. So this is the most important key takeaway from the meeting. Apart from this, the DGCA has also reviewed the airspace restrictions and asked the airline to communicate promptly and use the alternative routes to minimize disruptions caused due to the Iranian airspace closure.
Yes, that's right. Particularly what the big news that's coming in now is that there is a thumbs up, almost a clean chit, which has been given to Boeing Dreamliner. Sisa Sen, really appreciate your time. Shifting focus to our top story on left, right and center, the Supreme Court today came down heavily on the Karnataka government and said that the Kamal Hassan starrer Thug Life must be allowed to be screened in Karnataka, and that mobs and vigilante groups cannot be allowed to take over the streets. Remember, superstar turned politician Kamal Hassan had made a comment. And what was the comment? He had said that Kannada was born out of Tamil. And that had triggered a backlash in Karnataka with several groups giving a call that the film should be boycotted. Now, let me give you the big takeaways from the Supreme Court's observation today. The Supreme Court today said that a movie cannot be banned because one has a difference of opinion. And I'm quoting the apex court, just because one has a different opinion, that doesn't mean the movie should be banned. Rule of law demands that any film that has a CBFC certificate, which is a certificate which is provided by the Board of Film Certification, should be released. And as per the plea, which was before the top court, after Victory Cinema, which is a prominent cinema in fact, they had gone ahead and announced its plan to screen the films in Bengaluru. What we had seen was from Rakshana Vedike, which is a group, a prominent group in Karnataka. They had allegedly threatened to set theatres on fire if any film of Kamal Hassan was released in the state. Now, the Supreme Court last week asked the Karnataka government to respond to that plea. Today, the state actually said that the producer of the movie has approached the Karnataka High Court and made a statement that he will resolve the issue. The court was not convinced with that answer and said, we cannot allow this to happen. Rule of law demands that any person should be allowed to release a film. It can't be at the fear that the theatres will be burned. We are not saying that people should come and watch the film, but the film should be released is the larger sense that was given by the Supreme Court. Remember, according to the petitioner, the producer of the film had approached the Karnataka High Court to seek police protection. The proceedings shifted focus to whether Kamal Hassan should apologize for his past statements. The petitioner then criticized that as appeasement and had alleged that the High Court route was ineffective for securing fundamental rights. So on the show tonight, we ask, are the politicians becoming super censors? And will the mob actually decide whether a film should be released or not despite CBFC clearance? First up, before I bring in the guests, let's listen in to what the Deputy Chief Minister of Karnataka had to say after what the Supreme Court observed.
I appeal to all the Kannada activists, please be calm. We should respect the court. No one should take law into their hands.
And joining me now is Shivanand. He is a member of the Karnataka Rakshana Vedike. We also have Kasturi Shankar, actor and activist. Girish Wankade is a prominent film trade analyst, and Lata Srinivasan is author and entertainment journalist. Lata, this would be almost setting a precedent of sorts, because in the past we have seen multiple groups make calls that the films should be boycotted. Padmavat, for example, we have seen that what happened, there were protests against Deepika Padukone. Many would say that this was almost like some kind of publicity stunt by Kamal Hassan. But whatever said and done, the Supreme Court is today categorically saying that vigilant groups cannot decide that whether a film should be released or not after the CBFC certificate.
Thanks, Maria. Yeah, absolutely. I think, it's becoming a big issue today where for everything that a person does, especially if he's politically inclined, and of course, Kamal Hassan has one foot in politics and now he's going to be a full-time politician. I think if any statement they make can trigger such mob reactions and vigilante actions, as the Supreme Court has said, does it become feasible for filmmakers to run to the Supreme Court every single time, their film has been certified and everything is ready and it's set for release. And if somebody doesn't take a liking to whatever may be, either the filmmaker or the actor or the producer, and believes that a film is a certain way, does it mean that they have to run to the Supreme Court every single time? I think what the Supreme Court has done today is, it's a landmark judgment because it has clearly said that any film which has been certified by the CBFC should release, irrespective of other actions. And I think it's a great decision, and it's a way forward for the film industry itself.
Yes, Girish Wankade, how do you look at the Supreme Court's observations today?
That is a right decision because when already it is cleared by CBFC, it has to be screened, and we should not be bowed by the pressure of various elements who are talking against the film. Obviously, at this moment when the film is already 13 days in cinemas and which is already not doing well on business, so the real time is already gone. This is something which has to be done earlier, but now that film is already rejected by the audiences at this time. If the film is released, obviously it doesn't make any business sense. But yes, the prerogative which the High Court and the Supreme Court has given, that it should be screened, it has to be definitely approved.
But Girish Wankade, there is another view that this was all part of the larger effort to get the eyeballs for this film.
No, see, if you see... If,
a controversy is actually ensuring good bucks.
Yeah, that is for sure. Because see, the overall collection of this film in 12 days is around 46 crore, out of which the share of Telugu is around 4 crores, Hindi is around 1.3 crores. So at the most, if it would have been made in Kannada, if it has released, it would have not made more than 3 crores. So the publicity which has got is more than 30 crores. So obviously that controversy which has fueled the word of mouth, which has amplified the overall prospects of the film.
Okay. Kasturi, the Supreme Court says we can't allow this to happen. The rule of law demands that any person should be allowed to release a film. It can't be at the fear that the theatres will be burnt. And that's the call that was given by Karnataka Rakshana Vedike. I'm going to ask him what next for their entire campaign. But your thoughts on this, Kasturi?
I have 3 points to cover. So I request a little bit of patience. I don't even mind if I don't have a second view. But let me give you these 3 points. They're very important to this discussion. The first off is, yes, I absolutely agree with the Supreme Court. On paper, what they say is absolutely right, but ground realities are different. I allude back to the screening of Baba, Rajinikanth's movie that had the PMK up in arms against it. There was no legal order to talk to any producers council as there was in this case. There was no legally mandated delay. But on the ground, the field reality was that people from a political party supposedly were making off with actual boxes. In those days we had actual movie cans. People were making off with it, damaging theatre property. So theatres actually started screening the movie less or avoiding the movie. It was a disaster for the movie. It is another thing altogether that the movie itself was not a hit material, but this was the clear and present danger to people who wanted to go watch the movie in theatres. Second was the Tamil IPL match with Sri Lankan players in Chennai, in the M.A. Chidambaram Stadium. Madam Jayalalitha said, we cannot guarantee protection, because at the end of the day, the government is not duty bound to give police protection to a private event. Yes, they pay entertainment tax to hold the event. What that entertainment tax is used for is a very fuzzy area to sort out. Karnataka charges 30% entertainment tax on movie tickets. What do they use this for? Not very clearly laid out. So until that is done, you cannot insist on police protection, which is a completely different department. So reality is, while freedom of speech should be protected at all cost, these problems are going to be there. And in the case of Thug Life, unfortunately, I think it's too little, too late. The movie has not done well. People who would have seen the movie, who absolutely have to show solidarity with Mr. Kamal Hassan, who are great fans of Mr. Kamal Hassan, have all traveled to different borders of Karnataka to see the movie.
That's
so
interesting.
Any marginal income now it's really going to be insignificant. So I think while what the Supreme Court says is absolutely right, it's not enforceable when the people's sentiment or political sentiment or the state sentiment go against it. Another example is Bal Thackeray's refusal to have an India-Pakistan match in Mumbai. It doesn't follow rules. When, after the deed is done, there's nothing you can fight for. My own movie released on 16th of May, last point, my own movie released on 16th of May, on 14th of May got hit by police complaints because we had used a soundtrack that was similar to the Govinda Govinda chant in Tirupati. Nothing else, just the sound tune was similar. It was not blasphemous in any way. The producers absolutely folded. They, this guy is a thug in real life. He didn't apologize, stood by his convictions, hats off, whether it is right or wrong, salute his convictions. But my producers completely canned the song, did everything, butchered the movie and released what they could because we needed the movie to release. Most people would choose
now
that.
What happens to your campaign?
See, our campaign, first of all, the movies got failed. That is a flop one, actually. And again, the Supreme Court...
But by making that by giving that call of the boycott, you actually ensured that people who are fans of Kamal Hassan will travel, as Kasturi was pointing out, to the neighboring districts, to the bordering districts, and will watch it in other states.
Yeah, they can watch in other state, but see here, when the millions of Kannadigas say their heritage was mischaracterized from this person, so this is not a mob rule. This is the Kannadigas' pride. So that is why our Vedike, whatever the Kannada protesters are there, so we'll see who the theatre owners are going to release this film. We will watch it, who are those owners and all. We will just check it. So I think these films are not going to go to the theaters actually, as per the whatever the government will not take that much risk and all. But again, but we also value that the Supreme Court order, but the Supreme Court is very far from Karnataka to Delhi. Okay, they are not understanding our pride, our laws and all, whatever we are giving to our languages and cultures and all. So that is why
this will qualify as the contempt of court if you're saying that the Supreme Court is very far from Karnataka and that you can continue with your mob justice and mob work in Bengaluru against this film.
No, we are not I said, right? We also value that Supreme Court decision, but it is again hurting our values because see, the High Court already said we are not going to release the film. Again, the Supreme Court saying you can go and release the film. So this is very two different way of things are there, and again it is hurting to entire Karnataka peoples. So that is why we are just go and watch. That's it. We'll see what will happen. But we are
what
just
exactly?
saying
give us clarity. When you say you will see what will happen, what will happen?
No, nothing will happen. So the people are not going to watch that movie because completely Karnataka
So let the people decide, sir. Let them decide whether they want to watch a film or not. I mean,
Yeah,
you
already
are
decided. Already
no decision
decided.
maker of their right of choice.
Nobody.
They have a choice to decide whether they want to watch the film or not. I mean, why should you decide for them?
See, no, there is no group of people are not deciding this one. This is entire Karnataka. You see on the social media post, videos, entire Karnataka, including Goat opposed that movie. Not only people, even including Goat also given a statement on that movie because that Kamal Hassan statement is completely mischaracterized the Karnataka heritages, and it is very hurt to our people and our land. So you are hurting and you are talking about a free of expression and all that.
Lata,
is
this
not
hurt
yes.
is what we have seen in multiple cinemas. I mean, these calls that have been made.
See, multiple cinema is different. See the current situation and how the Kannadigar are reacting and what are the complete situation currently.
You're not really the voice of the entire Karnataka and all Kannadigas. Let them decide if the film, you're already saying it's a flaw. So let them decide, let the movie be released in theatres, and that's going to happen now that the Supreme Court has decided and the government of Karnataka has said that they will be following the Supreme Court order in its letter and spirit. Lata Srinivasan, come in please.
Yes, Maria. I think even the Deputy Chief Minister of Karnataka has supported it, and he said, we will adhere by the law. Feelings have been hurt. He acknowledges that feelings have been hurt and that, Kannadigas are upset, but he says, while that is one aspect of it, we must abide by the law, by the Supreme Court order. So I think, it's a very dicey situation, like Kasturi pointed out. While the movie, has all rights to be released and Kamal Hassan has freedom of expression, ultimately what has happened is people have been hurt. That is one side of it. And now that the movie has failed and it's already been 13 days, I don't think there'll be any takers even if the film's released. So while legally he has won brownie points, at the end of the day, in terms of making money, there's going to be hardly anything. And now it comes to the point of which theaters will release, because they clearly know the movie is not going to do well. So who is going to release this film to empty theaters? Because for them, it's going to be a loss. So there's a lot at stake here. After 2 weeks, while it's a moral victory, it's a legal victory, I really don't think it's going to translate into anything else, unfortunately, for Mr. Kamal Hassan or for the film itself.
Let me give you the last word on the show, Girish Wankade.
Yes, I totally agree that we should respect what court has given us, but the time is too late now. We have already lost the business potential of this film. The film would have done better had it had been released simultaneously before 13 days. Now that even the mandate, the public mandate, the reviews, everything is out, and film has been rejected overall by the entire audience. So definitely it will be very tedious for the theatre owners also to showcase this film. It looks difficult and not at all possible. It doesn't make any business sense for the Kannada theatre owners to release this film now because it's too late.
Right. Thank you so much for joining us, Shivanand, Kasturi Shankar, Girish Wankade, and Lata Srinivasan. Shifting focus to the second story on the left, right, and center. In the next few hours, all eyes will be on the big bilateral, which is going to happen on the sidelines of G7 summit. Prime Minister Modi's invitation to the G7 is being seen as a huge diplomatic overture by the new Canadian leadership to reset ties based on mutual trust and sensitivity. Remember, this is the first visit by an Indian Prime Minister to Canada in a decade. Prime Minister Modi's visit comes amidst signs of a thaw in India-Canada relations, which had hit rock bottom during the tenure of this man, Justin Trudeau, the former Canadian Prime Minister. And tensions had flared up sharply after Trudeau in September 2023, after Trudeau, in fact, alleging that there was an involvement of the Indians in the killing of pro-Khalistani separatist leader Hardeep Singh Nijjar in British Columbia, which was an accusation which was strongly denied by New Delhi. The diplomatic fallout saw India and Canada expel senior diplomats, suspend formal contacts. India had also accused the Trudeau government of allowing pro-Khalistani elements to operate freely on the Canadian soil. Then what happened? Indian envoy to Canada, Sanjay Kumar Verma, who was withdrawn by New Delhi later, was accused by Ottawa of having links to Niger murder in June 2023. India, though, at that time had consistently rejected any links to the killing of Niger, a designated terrorist, by the NIA, which is the National Investigation Agency, and had in fact accused Trudeau government and Trudeau administration that they were pandering to Khalistani sympathizers for political gains. However, what happened in March? Let me ask, just look at these graphics right here. In March, when Carney, who is an economist and a political newcomer, assumed office, both sides indicated a willingness to move forward. Remember, India and Canada share deep economic and people-to-people ties. If we look at the bilateral trade in goods in 2024, it stood at $8.6 billion. Canada, remember, is home to one of the largest Indian diaspora globally, with over 1.8 million Canadians of Indian origin and another 1 million NRIs living in Canada. They are students, workers, and also in the service sector. While Indian students have historically formed the largest group of international students in Canada, which comprises of roughly around 41%, that was in 2022. But after the immigration curbs, of course, that has been impacted. Let's bring in the guests who are joining us on the show tonight. We have Michael Kugelman, who is the Senior Fellow of Asia Pacific Foundation. He's joining me from Washington, D.C. We have Brahma Chilani, Strategic Affairs Expert. Michael, Prime Minister Modi is in Canada, and of course, there's a lot of anticipation and expectations from this visit. The big focus, of course, would be about efforts to reset ties and how future will be totally dependent on how Ottawa actually responds to New Delhi's core concern. And the New Delhi core concern has been with regards to them almost giving shelter to Khalistani elements. Do you think Carney will be able to tread this path very, very carefully? And will actually able to tread this path?
Carney has been saying all the right things, and the messaging and the tone is very much in contrast to what we heard from the previous Canadian government. And I do think that once you had a new government in place in Canada, it set in motion the possibilities for a reset in ties between India and Canada. So far, so good. And indeed, there have been some reports that Canada and India have even agreed to start sharing intelligence when it comes to tracking down transnational criminals, extremists, and terrorists. I don't think that's yet been confirmed by India or Canada, but there's been some reporting on this in recent days. So, and I should also say that the Canadian government has indicated its desire to work more closely with India on law enforcement issues. So this all suggests a willingness on the part of the new government in Canada to partner with India on these sensitive issues that really was not an option. It was not a possibility for cooperation during the previous Canadian government. So those are all good signs, but certainly a long way to go.
All right. Dr. Brahmachalani, you are also of the opinion that it's a long way to go, or will we be seeing some signs emerge today?
Maria, the G7 summit marks an international coming out party for Prime Minister Carney, who won the Canadian election in April. It was he, as you mentioned, who invited Modi. It was the overture. The overture came from Carney. And of course, Modi was happy to accept the invitation to the G7 summit. But the reason why Carney invited Modi was largely because the Canadian economy is stagnating and Canada's relations with both China and India are quite strained. And Carney has decided that he wants to reset relations with these two important giants, India and China. A day before he invited Modi, Carney agreed to high-level talks with China to reset the relationship and to try and reach a trade agreement. So his motive is largely economics. He wants to revive the Canadian economy. He looks at the Indian market as a big market, and that's the main reason why he's seeking to improve relations with India. But India's concerns are actually largely in the political sphere because Canada, for a long period of time, under successive governments since the 1980s, has provided political space to the Khalistanis. It began in the first half of the 1980s when Canada became a haven for Khalistan terrorists, leading eventually to the 1985 twin Air India bombings. Yet, India left Canada off the hook after those twin bombings. In fact, it took Canada 21 years to set up a commission of inquiry into the main bombing, the Air India Flight 181 bombing. And now, in a way, history has repeated itself. Canada has become the global hub of the Khalistan movement. So the real issue for India is, will Canada now begin to rein in these Khalistan militants who are using Canadian soil to make terrorist threats against India? The political space that Canada has provided to these militants is the main Indian concern. And Carney's real test will be whether he will seek to address that core concern of India.
Okay, Michael, these two countries, as you were saying, are working out a new arrangement, perhaps. And this is for law enforcement agencies to share intel on syndicates and terrorism. India has also suggested that Canadian government should check the antecedents of people entering their country illegally and then they later seek asylum. One might say that given the number of Indian origin people living in Canada, that's a huge population, which is roughly around 30 lakh people. Do you think that's a tall ask? And how influential, because this is a very, very influential group that we are looking at, also in Canadian politics, they have stake in it. How will that actually play out then?
Well, yeah, I mean, this is all a very sensitive and complex issue, and it's going to take a very long time for Canada to work through it. But again, I mean, the fact that it's signaled that it's willing to start undertaking these steps, I mean, that's a big change from what we saw with the previous Canadian government. And I think that could only benefit, or theoretically, that can only benefit ties with India.
So, will you then say that the two sides will be looking at more points of convergence, like trade, climate change, people-to-people connect, rather than looking at the pain points, which got, of course, aggravated during Justin Trudeau's tenure? Because if you look at the economic front, the Canadian Pension Fund, because there were reports suggesting will continue, they continue to be very, very bullish on India, and they have invested over $75 billion, and the trade talks are, in fact, poised to go ahead.
Yeah, I think that, assuming we have a meeting between Prime Minister Modi and Carney, it would be relatively short. Given that it would be on the sidelines of the G7 summit, so there would not be a comprehensive agenda, which suggests that the two leaders would say a few things about a number of issues, and that would certainly include, the issues that are easier to talk about. And you hit on trade, absolutely. I think that's something that they would want to hit on. I mean, it's quite notable that despite how bad tensions have been over the last few years, if you look at trade volume, it's been fairly consistent and fairly stable. It has not taken that many hits. And so I think that could be something that they would want to talk about. If you look at something like energy trade and clean energy investment, Canada is one of the largest investors in renewables. I think it's a top 10 investor in renewables. And clearly there are very significant and attractive clean energy markets in India. And so I think there could be a sweet spot potentially for India and Canada. And if they're able to pursue those issues, if they're able to pursue that type of cooperation, that could clearly bolster the relationship on the whole, make it easier for the two sides to sit down and talk about the more delicate issues. the law enforcement issue, the Khalistan issue at the end of the day. So I expect that they will, when the two leaders meet, they will indeed focus on the law enforcement issue, but I don't think that will dominate the discussion. They likely will want the tone to remain positive so that they can cover a number of issues in the brief time that the two leaders have together.
Brahmachalani, so far, the new Canadian administration, the new leadership in Ottawa have struck all the right notes when it comes to sending a message or signaling India. What do you think will be the big takeaway of the bilateral meeting, which is going to happen a few hours from now?
The thing is that we tend to focus too much on the optics, not on the outcomes. For example, the emphasis in India is always on the symmetry, the handshakes, the meetings, not on the outcomes. We should not forget that Prime Minister Carney invited Modi virtually at the 11th hour, right? It was a difficult decision for him, for which he has faced a lot of criticism at home. But he did invite Modi at the last minute. And the fact that he failed to get a trade deal with Trump. The expectation was in Canada that the Trump-Carney meeting yesterday would produce at least some tangible movement toward a bilateral trade deal, because Trump has really targeted Canada in his trade war, which has made Carney's task much more difficult. And that's the main reason why Carney is seeking to improve relations with India and China. But the fact is that these are two major democracies, India and Canada, and traditionally they've had a friendly relationship. So if they can use cooperative diplomacy to address each other's concerns, this relationship could be revived. Therefore, we will have to wait and see. We'll have to wait and see as to what emerges from this first effort at improving relations, because much more would need to be done to restore the relationship and to also to allow the two countries to station diplomats in each other's capitals, because right now the two high commissions, the Canadian High Commission in New Delhi and the Indian High Commission in Ottawa, are operating at bare minimal levels. So restoring diplomatic representation at the previous levels is also very important, because you can't have a cooperative relationship when the two diplomatic missions, the embassies, are operating at bare minimal levels. So it will be a process, but I think this first meeting is important in setting the direction.
All right, Brahmachalani and Michael Kugelman, really appreciate your time. Thank you so much for joining us. We are slipping into a short break. Coming up would be a big NDTV exclusive. We'll get you reports from Pakistan on the impact which is happening on ground zero after India decided to suspend the Indus Water Treaty. Real impact, real pictures coming up after a short break. Stay with us.
Do you really know the company you invest in? What is the real picture behind presentations and claims? Is the outlook as rosy as the company claims? Know Your Company, powered by NDTV Profit Research, shines a light on the biggest stock market movers.
From the echo of the Trump tariffs to the geopolitical tensions in West Asia, and on the sidelines, a possible thaw in the frosty relations between India and Canada. I will bring you all the latest updates from the Kananaskis G7 Summit. NDTV, live from the G7 Summit in Canada.
How often have you turned away from debates that descend into endless fights? We bring you a show where every question is answered, where every debate finds its resolution, where every story finds its conclusion, where opinions collide but facts prevail. The big NDTV exclusive. After the Pahalgam terror attack, the Modi government took a major step by suspending the Indus Waters Treaty and started regulating the flow of water from the rivers into Pakistan. Now, NDTV has gone to the ground to reveal the impact of India's Indus strike. This is for the first time you are seeing the real impact of India's action on Pakistan from the ground, in the words of Pakistanis themselves.
पानी और खून भी एक साथ नहीं बह सकता।
Post-Pahalgam terror attack, India's first strike on Pakistan. Indus Water Treaty put on hold on April 23rd, a day after the ghastly attack. India started to strictly regulate the flow of water from three rivers of the Indus River system, Jhelum, Chenab and Indus, into Pakistan. Information accessed by NDTV from Pakistan shows India's water strike has started to hurt the neighbouring country. According to the daily water situation report of Pakistan's Indus River System Authority, on June 5th this year, Pakistan government's Indus River Water System Authority released 1,24,500 cusecs of water to Punjab province. Whereas a year ago, on June 5, 2024, 1,43,600 cusecs of water was released, which means this year Pakistan's Punjab province got 19,100 cusecs or 13.30% less water.
Whereas the data for June 16 shows that total water released from Indus River system to Pakistan's Sindh province was 1,33,000 cusecs. Whereas the amount of water released to the province last year on June 16 was 1,60,000 cusecs. This shows water released by IRSA to Sindh province is 27,000 cusecs. That is 16.87% less this year vis-a-vis last year as on June 16th.
Receding water level in Pakistan's Indus River system threatens the Kharif crop sowing in the country. Kushal is a resident of Muzaffarabad in Pakistan-occupied Kashmir. He says, if India stops water, it will suffer.
मैं इसी दरिया का काम करना, इस दरिया से जिला है पानी ना होगा ना तो रिजक सारे मौसम बच्चे का मुतासर हो जाती। पानी की वजह तो रिजक आंदा है, पानी आंदा दरिया में रेत आंदी है, रेत गाड़ का बच्चे का निजाम चलाने।
Ishtaq Hussain is a farmer from the Tandali area near Muzaffarabad. He cultivates corn on the banks of Jhelum. He also fears India cutting the water flow.
असां में रोजगार जिहड़े तमाम तर फैक्टरियां दे जरिए काम करदे हैं, ज़राअत ते काम करदे हैं। अगर दरियावां दा पानी बारिशां नहीं हो रही, अगर दरियावां दा पानी खुशक हो जाते हैं तो अस दी ज़राअत दी तमाम मुतासर हो जाती है। कोई गल्ला नहीं हो सकता, कोई रिज़क असीं मतलब ज़रिया माश तमाम इसका जिम्मेदारी नाल। अगर दरअसल बारिशां नहीं हैं तो दरिया का पानी तो है ही है, दरिया का पानी असीं लागा मोटरां नाल सप्लाई करके अपने जमीनों को देने। अगर वो ना होगा तो असां दे बच्चे बिल्कुल भुखे जाए मरदे।
Ishtaq's brother Muhammad Hussain Shah also shares the same fears.
ਅਸੀਂ ਜ਼ਿੰਮੇਦਾਰ ਲੋਕ ਹਾਂ, ਖੇਤੀਬਾੜੀ ਕਰਦੇ ਹਾਂ। ਦਰਿਆਵਾਂ ਦਾ ਮਤਲਬ ਹੈ ਦਰਿਆ ਜਲਮ ਦੇ ਉੱਤੇ ਅਸਾਂ ਪੰਪ ਵਗੈਰਾ ਲਾਏ ਦੇ, ਮੋਟਰਾਂ ਲਾਈ ਦੀਆਂ, ਟਰੈਕਟਰਾਂ ਦੇ ਨਾਲ ਅਸਾਂ ਟੈਂਕੀਆਂ ਵਗੈਰਾ ਵੀ ਰੱਖੀ ਦੀਆਂ। ਤਾਂ ਅਗਰ ਮੋਦੀ ਸਰਕਾਰ ਅਗਰ ਪਾਣੀ ਬੰਦ ਕਰਦਾ ਤਾਂ ਅਸਾਂ ਲੋਕਾਂ ਦਾ ਰੋਜ਼ਗਾਰ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਤਾਂ ਅਸੀਂ ਜ਼ਮੀਨ ਵਿੱਚੋਂ ਕੱਢਦੇ ਹਾਂ ਤਾਂ ਅਸਾਂ ਦਾ ਰੋਜ਼ਗਾਰ ਬਿਲਕੁਲ ਖਤਮ ਹੋ ਜਾਊਗਾ।
experts believe that reduced flow from India will have a major impact on Pakistan's agriculture.
जो पहलगाम वाक़ा हुआ उसके बाद जो इंडिया ने इच्छनतास माहिदा मतल करके उन्होंने यहाँ ये दोनों दरियाओं का पानी रोकने की धमकी दी है। ये आप देखें अगर चकोटी से लेकर जो मंगला डैम तक दरिया के साथ साथ जितने भी इलाके हैं ये सारा इन्हिसार ज़राअत का ये डायरेक्टली और इनडायरेक्टली जो है ये दोनों दरियाओं के पानी पर है।
Pakistani experts fear India's hardening of water stance will have devastating impact on the country's whole environment ecosystem.
Prior sharing of flow data with Pakistan, तो उसमें एक जो सबसे बड़ा जो इशू हमें आ रहा है वो ये आ रहा है कि जब वो रिवर के फ्लो को जब वो रेगुलेट कर लेते हैं या वो कंट्रोल कर लेंगे तो उसके बाद आपके जो डाउन स्ट्रीम उसके इम्पैक्ट्स है ना इमीडिएट वो आते हैं आपके रिवर आइन जो आपके इकोसिस्टम है या जो रिवर इकोलॉजी है उसके ऊपर आएगा। अब उसके बाद जो दूसरा इसका इम्पैक्ट होता है वो रिवर हाइड्रोलिक्स के ऊपर भी होता है। जब आपका फ्लो आल्टर्ड फ्लो आ रहा हो कभी बहुत कम और कभी बहुत ज़्यादा, तो जब बहुत ज़्यादा फ्लो आएगा तो ऑब्वियसली वो रिवर डाउन स्ट्रीम आपकी साइड एरियाज़ में जो आपका जिस तरह का हमारा हिली टेरेन है वो ज़मीन के कटाव की वजह बनेगा, उससे लैंडस्लाइड्स भी ट्रिगर हो जाते हैं।
Former Indus Commissioner A.K. Bajaj told NDTV, monsoon is still weeks away and in the coming weeks Pakistan's water crisis will further worsen.
Northern region reservoirs in India, it has been precarious since the last 5-6 months, and there is less water overall in the whole of the northern region and the northeast region also. So that northern region includes the western rivers also which go to Pakistan, and there is less water in these rivers in these years. And Pakistan has majorly bigger crisis on this because 80% of their agricultural sustenance is based on the Indus water system only. So when there is less water in the Indus waters, it is going to affect the agriculture system of Pakistan.
In fact, once monsoon begins, Pakistan will have to face fresh challenge.
After suspending the Indus Water Treaty on 23rd April, India has stopped sharing all kinds of information and data with Pakistan regarding the water level in the three western rivers of the Indus river system, Jhelum, Chenab and Indus, that flow from India to Pakistan. This could be devastating for Pakistan, especially during the monsoon season, because when the water levels will rise in these rivers, India will not give any prior information to Pakistan regarding the possibility of a flood disaster inside Pakistan.
I think India's decision to hold the treaty in abeyance stems from the trigger of the Pahalgam attacks, obviously, right? Our anger, our pain, we want to show Pakistan some steps. But along with it, the basis of that is that for many years, we've been asking Pakistan to sit down on the tables with us and to renegotiate, discuss the treaty. Pakistan has been simply stonewalling and not listening to our requests.
Strategic affairs experts believe India's Indus action will have both short and long-term impact on Pakistan. In near future, India will regulate the flow of the water from Indus river system, whereas in the long term, India plans to build big water storage structures to be able to use more and more water from these rivers. It's clear that Pakistan is in for a water and agricultural crisis. With camera person Rakesh Singh, Himanshu for NDTV.
And it can be seen clearly on ground in Pakistan. Dr. Tara Karta is joining us. She is former Director, National Security Council, Secretariat. Dr. Tara Karta, we are seeing the impact. There was the decision that was taken on 23rd April. It was foreseen that this will have the nature of this impact with the monsoon season right here, and also the impact on the agriculture, because particularly in that entire region of Punjab. 80% of the farmers are dependent on this water.
See, I think for years, I mean, I've said, I think, on your channel before also, that this is one of the dumbest treaties ever signed. I'm sorry to put it plainly. The Indus Water Treaty, I don't know how on earth we signed it. 80% goes to them, the rest to us. That was one. Number two, no revision clause, no exit clause. What kind of a treaty is this? So that apart, we've been saying, okay, we signed it. We said, okay, let's talk about it because there is climate change. There's a lot of stuff going on. They refuse to talk about it. And you know, Maria, what I found really strange is even those projects which would have actually benefited Pakistan, like the Pakul Dul, it would have stopped flooding in their areas. And it was their Indus Water Commissioner had actually agreed to it. Then he went back. And then, of course, the army must have sort of, breathed, so literally sat on him. And he came back and he said, sorry, I can't do this anymore. We cannot allow Pakul Dul Dam. So the attitude has been one of opposing everything that you do, regardless of the fact that it is harming Pakistan. So right now, until even after Pulwama, we continued to cooperate with them on the Indus Water data and some amount of data sharing we withheld. But otherwise, we were on with the Indus Water Treaty. How much more generosity can you expect?
Dr. Tarakanta, not anymore. That's what the Water Resources Ministry here is saying, that not anymore will that data be shared of how much water will be released and what is the level of water, not anymore.
Indeed, absolutely. And also the fact, the very real fact that all of us, there is, like I think as somebody said on the show, there's a reduced water availability anyway. And this is going to get worse. If Pakistan had the slightest sense, they would, start off by trying to reopen negotiations on the treaty and giving in where it is good for them. And say, let's now deal with this climate change, climate shift together. They should start desilting their own canals. They should start doing a bunch of things which they can do themselves. But instead, they will push themselves into a corner and then blame India for everything. So this time, we actually did what they blamed us for years. Okay, for years they said we are stopping water when we never did. And when their Indus Water Commissioner, Jamaat Ali Shah, said India is not stealing a drop of water, he had to flee the country. He had to literally leave the country and go to Sweden. So now it is being done. So there we go.
All right, Dr. Tarakanta, I appreciate your time. Now, bringing you another NDTV special report. This is normalcy, which is starting to return to Jammu and Kashmir after the Pahalgam terror attack. 16 tourist spots that were closed in Jammu and Kashmir after Pahalgam terror attack being reopened for tourists. Here's a special report by Nazir Masoodi, who's reporting from the Betab Valley.
Tourist spots have been reopened here in Pahalgam, so are the adventure activities, and this is zip line cycling here at Betab Valley, one of the famous tourist spots that has been reopened today for the tourists. A large number of tourists are coming, enjoying this adventure activity here in Pahalgam. There's several other tourist spots that remain closed for last 2 months have been reopened today, restoring the confidence of the tourists and also restoring the livelihood of the people here who had actually lost their livelihood for last 2 months. And let me show you what it means, because there are large number of tourists who have been coming here on an average in this park. 1,500 to 2,000 people would come here every day. But for last 2 months, nobody turned up. And this morning, this park by the Betab Valley was open, which is very, very famous tourist spot, which is named after Bollywood film movie Betab, which was shot here in 1980s. And since then, large number of people. But because of the Pahalgam terror attack on April 22nd, we saw entire, tourist activities have come to a halt. As you can see here, young children and people enjoying here this zip line cycling or the sky cycling here in Betav Valley, here in Pahalgam. Really a fun, as people are really enjoying. They are coming back to their favorite tourist destinations here in Pahalgam, as 16 tourist destinations across Jammu and Kashmir have been reopened today, and it's only the first phase. And other tourist destinations which were closed after Pahalgam terrorist attack would be now reopened in a phased manner.
Last year, in fact, in 2024, Jammu and Kashmir had seen a record tourist footfall. And there is certainly this hope now that after the terror attack, where we saw a massive dip, there would be, the tourists will start having that faith in Kashmir and they will go to the beautiful valley. 5 days since the tragic Ahmedabad crash, India mourns its heroes and its loved ones. From a heartbroken father in Delhi to a shattered village in Gujarat, grief echoes across the country as the final journeys begin for those who lost their lives in the Air India tragedy. Colleagues, families, and entire communities. All of them are united, also in remembrance. Here's a ground report on the emotional goodbyes and the stories behind the names.
Captain Sumit Sabharwal's 88-year-old father, Pushakrat Sabharwal, broken. His wait for his son to take an early retirement to spend time with him will never end. He's sending his 56-year-old son on his final journey. The solace, Captain Sumit Sabharwal's last flight may have ended in tragedy, but his memory lives on as a man of duty, dignity, a son devoted to his father. Among those known like veteran industrialist Niranjan Hiranandani,
devastated to say the least, and I think only justice can be to use this moment to study the case thoroughly and leave no gaps for the future.
And the common man.
First thing for a parent is to see their child go.
Mera sat naman. He was such a dedicated son, committed pilot, such a wonderful person, such this thing. Itna parents ko dhyan rakhna, itna uncle ko dhyan rakhna, pure parivar ko leke chalo, itni patience.
The story was no different at Mulund, the home of Shraddha Dhawan, Captain Sabharwal's colleague and in-cabin supervisor of the ill-fated flight. She leaves behind a 15-year-old daughter and a husband who also works with Air India. "21-year-old Maithili Patil, another crew member on the ill-fated Dreamliner, also returned home to her roots in a village in Raigad for the last time. A young life gone too soon. The skies in Amreli, Gujarat wept as the city bid farewell to Arjun Patolia. Arjun, a UK resident, is the face of a trail of tragedies. He came home to immerse his wife Bharti's ashes in the Narmada, leaving his 4 and 8-year-old daughters in London. They will never see him again. With Anuj Raite, Radhika Ramaswamy, NDTV 24/7.
If it matters to you, if it matters to you, if it matters to you, it matters to India. It matters to India. And it matters to me. And it matters to me.
India Matters with Shivaru, only on NDTV 24/7.
have been reporting on all issues big and small from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of maximum city is infectious. I'm bringing that energy in our news coverage from financial capital Mumbai.
Covering from the southernmost part of India over the last 23 years, I bring in-depth and 360-degree coverage from the Dravidian heartland.
The land of Mishti, also known for its bitter politics. I have seen much water flow under the Howrah Bridge, covering Bengal in all its vivid colors.
India's IT capital is always bustling, a city full of startups, stories and surprises. And I keep you ahead on all the Bengaluru buzz.
The markets move fast.
And so should your portfolio. Expert insights, real-time stock picks.
Do I buy Ola?
Should I hold CDSL for the long term?
Buy, sell or hold.
The answers you need, straight from the experts.
Callers from India and across the world. Connect live, ask, decide and invest wisely.
Your portfolio, your future. Ask Profit.
Ladies and gentlemen, a very good evening. You're watching the News Night and I'm Deepthi Sachdeva. Tonight, it's a big night. The world is holding its breath. Why? Because Trump has rushed back to Washington. His G7 visit has been cut short, and right now as we speak, he's inside the White House's Situation Room. He's not just there, he's putting out some very, very important statements, what you are reading right now on your screens. You're wondering what is the top agenda? It is what's happening between Israel and Iran. It's a conflict now that is spiraling into its most dangerous phase, if we can say that. What is official is that Israel has also struck Natanz, that is Iran's underground nuclear site. This has been confirmed by the nuclear watchdog, the IAEA, and it has also said that yes, this was a direct hit. Now, Trump's warning is also chilling. What does Trump say? He says evacuate Tehran, and in a fiery message, you have Israel warning Khamenei and saying that you could meet Saddam Hussein's fate. We all know what that means. So what is Trump planning to do? What could happen in the next few hours? You also have this final warning, or is this just a start of something worse? Should the world brace up for what possibly could happen? Is this the night that everything changes? We do not know, but let's quickly get you breaking updates on what's been happening on the story. And like I said, Donald Trump is in the Situation Room right now as we speak, and he's also putting out information and his statements on the social media, parts of which you see right now on your screens. He says our patience is running thin, and all this is happening after you have seen him making those big, bold statements. He's put out that warning to Iran. He says there will be total control over the Iranian skies. What does that mean? He says air dominance. He's speaking about it. What could this entail? Does this mean there is already something happening as we speak? And Donald Trump has also spoken on the supreme leader of Iran, and he says we are not killing him just now, but we know where he is. Obviously wanting to put pressure on Iran, the same Iran that says it is not backing off. Iran says we are not de-escalating. What will happen? Could a deal be signed? Could there be a ceasefire? We do not know. But on your screens are multiple responses that have come in from Donald Trump, as we have seen that entire story getting bigger, and it's not just him. Earlier, the US Vice President has also put out an important statement on the Iranian nukes. And this again is important because J.D. Vance had said, and allow me to quote, he said the president is consistently making it clear that Iran cannot have nuclear weapons. And he also said that Iran cannot have uranium enrichment. This, again, remember, has been under the radar. He said that the president, that is Donald Trump, has made it clear that it will be ensured. And look at the next words, because these are important. He says it will be done in an easy way or the other way. So which is the easy way? Is the easy way that you sit together, you sign a deal, and you have a ceasefire, or what could be the other way? Could we see Donald Trump announcing that he's getting into this war officially? Is that possible? No one knows, because with Donald Trump, unpredictability is the next word. So these are, just remember, a lot of those breaking updates that we've got to you on top of a show on a story that has generated a lot of interest from across world capitals. But let's quickly rewind to what has happened in the last few hours. On your screens are details of the date and the time. We begin by June 17, 4 a.m. That is where Donald Trump said that everyone should evacuate Tehran. That is the first big warning that came in from Donald Trump. Let's quickly bring the next detail for our viewers to understand where is the story moving. Then again, in the next few minutes, on the same date, he says Iran cannot have nuclear weapons. Again, making his stand very clear. We'll keep moving this fast so that we have all updates on our screens quickly. He says, my leaving has nothing to do with the ceasefire. He's referring to his quick exit from the G7. He says this is much bigger than that. It's not about my leaving. We are talking of something really big. What is this big something that Donald Trump is referring to? He says, I have not reached out to Iran, and I'm not doing that, is again what he underscores. He also says, don't ask for peace talks. Clear message to Iran, because he has said that we had given them 60 days. Nothing happened. Then he said on the entire reports of a conversation happening between Donald Trump and the other parties in Iran and Israel, he said highly fabricated fake news. Not happening. I'm not talking to anyone. And you will see the entire timeline where just in a matter of few minutes, he goes on to put out this information, or he's speaking to the media. He says Iran should have taken the deal that was on the table. Is this Donald Trump just pulling back? No one knows. But as we speak, he, remember, is in the White House's Situation Room, and he's now said, we want a real end. Real end is what Donald Trump says. Sit back for the next few seconds, watch and hear what Donald Trump has said in the last few hours to help you understand, is the US getting into this conflict right away?
Situation room tomorrow at any point?
Yeah. Tomorrow morning, girl. While you're sleeping. Goodbye, everyone. Yeah, I think it's safer. There's a lot of bad things happening. No, I think it's safer for them to evacuate. And then a real end, not a ceasefire. And then so something that will be permanent. Yeah. Or giving up entirely. Is that okay too?
And remember, it's a story that is developing in real time. My team tells me that there are more breaking updates right now coming in on what really is happening. And if this is any indication, it clearly is not looking good. We told you that Donald Trump is in the White House. He's been putting out information where he says that we know where the Iranian supreme leader is. We are not killing him right away. But he also says that we have supremacy over the Iranian skies. He doesn't just stop there. Now, there are reports coming in that tell us that the US is moving more fighter jets to the Middle East. This is significant. Keeping in mind that, remember, already the US, that is the United States of America, has a significant presence when you talk of the entire region. We will go here on the show and tell you where exactly are those deployments. And in the last few hours, you have seen these deployments, in fact, going up. What we are learning through Reuters, and allow me to put this information out, they say that the US military is deploying more fighter aircraft to the Middle East, extending the deployment of other warplanes, bolstering the US military forces in the region as the war between Israel and Iran rages, is what the US officials have said. What does this mean? I quickly want to get Dr. James Dorsey, who's a journalist and an expert on the Middle East, who's also joining us. Dr. James, thank you so much for your time. It's a story developing very, very fast. Do you see America, do you see Trump getting into this conflict right away?
I think Trump is being ambiguous. With other words, it's not clear whether his belligerent remarks, if you wish, are designed to force Iran into a return to negotiations, but in a weakened position, and submit to Trump's demands, or if he is not interested in negotiations at this point, considering supporting Israel in a more stronger fashion with or without direct U.S. involvement in the hostilities.
Okay, I think you've been very clear and direct, keeping in mind that the story clearly is moving very, very fast. And what are the options before Donald Trump? I mean, this is something that a lot of us have been discussing. How far can Donald Trump really go? Now, on your screens is just a broader understanding of what could happen. Remember, there are just two ways to deal with the situation at hand. One is you go in for coercive diplomacy. The other is military options. Coercive diplomacy versus military options. Which side is Donald Trump going to move? What is it that's going to be discussed in the Situation Room as we speak? Now, in case he goes in for a coercive diplomacy, what does this mean? Remember, he has been speaking about how Iran wants a deal. Either he pushes that line and he continues to ensure that there is some kind of a conversation happening. This could then lead to a lot of these back channel talks that could get underway vis-a-vis Iran, Israel, and the US. And this is a kind of a de-escalation that could take place in case Trump goes in for coercive diplomacy. But clearly, this also has a lot of risks. Before I tell you risks, I want to ensure that we get the next pointer up on our screens as far as coercive diplomacy is concerned. And remember the threat. The threat or the leverage is of that significant GBU-57 big bomb that America could show to Iran to ensure that there is some kind of a de-escalation and then pressure Iran to control the strikes. But would Iran be willing to do that? What really are the risks involved? Let's play out the risks also. Now, Iran could actually then slam doors on diplomacy. It could be the end of that conversation. Will Donald Trump be willing to do that? No one knows. Let's bring up the next risk also as far as this particular option is concerned. Is Tehran stalling or they are serious? Because there is a lot of chatter that Iran also just wants to buy time. It does not want any deal. We do not know, but I think the next few hours will hold an important clue as far as this particular risk is concerned. The other option that a lot of people have been speaking about is the military option. You go all out. Now, what could Trump do then? He could drop the bunker buster bombs on Iran's forward nuclear site. Now, this again, remember, are important, significant, lethal weapons that the US could use in case it goes in for this military option. Let's bring up the second important pointer also on our screens. It could also, on the other side, arm Israel with jets and bombs, with sophisticated technology that already Israel does have, but it could add to all that strength in case Donald Trump goes in for this option. And then, obviously, this will mean that he will back Israel's call for action. Because Israel has been saying this, you need to go all out. You need to hit Iran because we cannot have Iran developing a nuclear program like this. Will Donald Trump say yes? And not to forget something again that is quite probable is that you could have the US and Donald Trump citing fresh intel on Iran's nuclear buildup as a reason to go in for a strike. Will that happen? What are the risks? Clearly, every option, remember, has pros and cons. On your screens now are risks. The first obvious thing, if Donald Trump goes in for this full escalation and the military option, this could actually spark a huge full-square West Asia war, something that the world also dreads. It could then also mean that the US will be forced to divert its focus from China and the Pacific, something that it has largely been focused on. Would it be willing to do that? Let's bring up the next important information for you because this is the military buildup. As you talk of what has the US placed in the Middle East region? Because right now we are looking at it also bolstering everything. We are talking of Qatar first up, which again has major operations hub and about 8,000 troops that are deployed there. In fact, we'll keep moving this fast because I want to see if there are more updates vis-a-vis Donald Trump here. Likewise for Bahrain, which is about a 9,000 personnel. These, remember, are all military stations or bases that the US already has, and this is also the US Navy's 5th Fleet headquarters. So you already see a lot of these US vessels, US military personnel parked at all these locations in the Middle East. And now the idea is to just bolster this. Likewise, if you move to Kuwait, you're looking at the Camp Arif Jan there, and these are key logistics and joint forces base that possibly again could be used in case the US wants to do it. Likewise, the next other important country we are talking about is the UAE, where you have about 3,500 US troops stationed as we speak. This is important for intel, important for surveillance, and also for strike operations. So clearly, we are seeing a lot of important movement as far as this is concerned. But what should we be prepared for? What is this deployment that is indicating? I want to go back to Dr. James Dorsey, who's been patiently waiting. Now, James, you're looking at military options versus coercive diplomacy. What do you think that Donald Trump most likely could be moving towards? What do these signs and indications tell us?
First of all, I think it hinges on two things. One is what happens between Iran and Israel and how these hostilities evolve. The second is Trump. I think Trump still ultimately wants a negotiated deal. But keep in mind that Trump's negotiating strategy is essentially, this is what I want, this is what you're going to do, and if you don't do it, the price is going to be very high. That's a strategy that hasn't worked with Iran in the past for 46 years. But that could very well be the strategy that he pursues, whether that's for increased support for Israel, but Israel is the fighter, or whether the United States gets involved directly.
Okay, I think no one knows what could happen. Military option versus the coercive diplomacy is a very tightrope walk right now that you will see the US doing. But as we speak, and this is all the action that is centered in the Situation Room, but what is this Situation Room? What really goes on there? What really are the decisions that are being taken, and how does it operate? I think this is something that our viewers will also find interesting. So let's get these details right up here on our screens. What happens in the Situation Room? First up, where is it? It is buried deep in the basement of the West Wing of the White House. Time and again, you have seen a lot of US presidents in that Situation Room taking important decisions. Let's bring up the next important detail as far as the Situation Room is concerned. Who has the access? Considering it's an all-important room, the access is limited to the president, the vice president, the national security advisor, the defense secretary. So right now, as we speak, you have all of them who are a part of the National Security Committee right inside the White House, taking that decision on what to do next. Also, this is America's nerve center for war, for intel, and for crisis response. And this is a very, very important situation we are talking about. Let's bring up more details. As far as the Situation Room is concerned, it handles real-time military operations and top secret briefings. So clearly, as we speak, Donald Trump could be getting real-time updates, figuring out what is going on, what has Iran said, what is Israel doing, and world over, remember, there is a lot of conversation again of the fact that why did Donald Trump cut short that G7 trip? Why did he come back? Why did he come back to his home turf? He lands up in the Situation Room, and this is where all the action now has shifted. Also in the Situation Room, remember what happened? This is where Bush led the entire conversation and monitored this during 9/11. So that is how significant this Situation Room is. This is also where Obama tracked Osama's killing. Remember, he was killed in that precision strike again by America deep inside Pakistan, the rogue state. The same rogue state, we do not know where Osama is. But this is where the decision was taken and everything was followed as far as Osama's killing is also concerned. Likewise, this was used during Soleiman's strike during Trump's previous tenure. So you have seen presidents over the years taking some very, very important decisions in the Situation Room that right now is the focus of this entire issue about what could America do, what could the next few hours entail, and when was it set up? This is an important information. It was established in 1961 by the then President Kennedy. So that is for how long you have seen different US presidents, their establishments, their security apparatus sitting here taking decisions. This is also where Donald Trump is. Before we move ahead, I want to rewind to what has happened in the last few hours. Sit back and watch what has Donald Trump said. What are the words he has used? What are the indications that he has put out as he continues to be in the White House's Situation Room? But everything that he has said over the last many, many hours will hold a key to what Trump is wanting to do vis-a-vis Iran and Israel. Listen in.
Think you'll be in the Situation Room tomorrow at any point?
Yeah. Tomorrow morning, girl. While you're sleeping. Goodbye, everybody. Yeah, I think it's safer. There's a lot of bad things happening. No, I think it's safer for them to evacuate. And then a real end, not a ceasefire, and then so something that will be permanent, or giving up entirely. Is that okay too?
So Trump says we want a real deal. What is he doing? What is the decision that he's taking? Clearly, these are important details that I'm trying to find out more about so we can share with you in real time. There are also images, I'm told, of the escalation that are coming in, parts of which you will see on your screens. But I want to go back to Dr. James Dorsey, who's a journalist and an expert on Middle East, and he has said that Donald Trump has been ambiguous. We do not know what he's doing. But Dr. James, now, when you see him being in a Situation Room, the deployment in the Middle East has also increased. There are those reports coming in. Are we looking at an expanded war or something beyond that?
Well, I think the Situation Room, basically, you don't go to the Situation Room if you're about to have a ceasefire. You go to the Situation Room when you have a conflict. Again, the question is why would Trump at this moment want conflict or an escalation of the conflict? My reading is he may see that as a way to increase pressure on Iran and basically put Iran in a position in which it has no choice but to return weakened to the negotiating table.
Okay, so you believe that we could have an expanded war, but we still do not know what Donald Trump is really thinking. Now, on your screens are images that are coming in right now, and I'm told that these are live. And all this is happening as you have Iran launching the 10th phase of Operation True Promise. And they say that there are massive missile and drone barrage that have been noticed. So as Donald Trump is in the White House taking a decision on what will happen, as Donald Trump says that we own the airspace over Iran, you have Iran launching what they are calling is the 10th phase of Operation True Promise with massive missile and drone barrages. As we stay with these images, I also want to get in our colleague Disha, who's tracking this story from our newsroom, and she joins us live. Disha, what is the latest? What can you tell us?
So we'd been hearing for the last couple of hours, in fact, that IDF, in fact, had also tweeted that they are seeing Iranian missiles which are entering, which are being targeted towards Israel. And in fact, they had said that Israeli defense systems are working at intercepting these missiles. But we don't have exact details as to how many missiles have been launched and what has been intercepted so far. But the visuals do show that there has been certain impact. These are visuals from Iranian state media, but now Iran has confirmed the fact that the 10th phase of the Operation True Promise 3 has been launched, and a massive barrage of missiles, visuals are showing that massive barrage of missiles are now being launched towards Israel. And we're going to see, again, a massive escalation in this conflict that we're seeing. It's the 5th consecutive day that both the sides have been trading missiles. And this comes also at an interesting point that we're seeing US President Donald Trump make these really strong statements on Truth Social, saying that he knows the exact location of Iran's Supreme Leader Khamenei, saying that he's going to, in fact, that for the time being, he's in fact not going to target Khamenei, but he knows the exact locations. Apart from that, various other statements and developments coming in. Even the US military is now deploying, according to reports, deploying fighter jets towards the Middle East to really control the situation. But escalation definitely in this developing situation in the Middle East.
Oh yes, Disha, I'll just give you 30 seconds to sum up what is happening. On one side, you have Donald Trump in the Situation Room taking a decision, and he says that we have dominance over the skies of Iran, and look at what Iran is doing. I mean, the timing is very, very critical, Disha.
Absolutely, the timing is crucial, and really these harsh statements, these very strong statements coming in. I'm just going to read it, saying that he even called the Supreme Leader, Iran's Supreme Leader Khamenei, an easy target.
Yes.
And he's saying that his patience is wearing thin and Iran needs to come to the table and sign some sort of agreement. Even earlier in the day, we did hear that the US President is no longer looking for any sort of ceasefire, but in fact a permanent solution and end to this conflict and these tensions, and no longer just a temporary truce. So it definitely signals an escalation in the tensions in the region.
Oh, absolutely. So this is going to be a long, long night. Very, very significant, as you have seen Donald Trump almost saying a lot of things, Disha, that if people, interested can also figure out that clearly J.D. Vance also said that we will get what we want to get done. Either it's going to be the easy way or the other way. Which is the easy way? Which is the other way? We are tracking that story. NDTV will continue to be on top of the story. Thank you so much for watching. Good night.
The last 1 month, if you see, the share prices of Gensol Engineering has fallen more than 58%.
Why are the rating firms calling the debt payments as default?
We have two credible credit rating agencies on March 4th coming and downgrading the stock to D.
Statements are consistently being proven wrong, and transactions are being taken place which are different from what they were originally pictured to be.
The company claimed it would roll out 6,400 electric vehicles. But what it has rolled out is a shocking scam. Funds meant for the project were funneled allegedly back to the promoters, the Junkie brothers. What did the money buy? Not EVs, of course, but a lavish flat in Gurgaon's luxurious DLF Carmelias.
News is not just headlines, it is what impacts you. And news should never be mistaken for noise. What matters is the reality. Accurate, in-depth, and with the right perspective. For over 20 years, I have been a journalist, and never has clarity mattered more than now. At Newsnight, we go beyond the surface. We dissect the details, challenge the narratives. and bring you the unparalleled clarity you deserve in a world clouded by misinformation. We are bold, we are direct. Newsnight, for the news in your interest. Only on NDTV 24/7.
Air India plane crash in Ahmedabad, India's latest aviation disaster. India responds to the tragedy. Facts first, 100% ground reports.
Under this is the tail,
Here, and this is just one of the buildings that will give you an idea of the quantum of loss.
24 to 48 hours is the deadline that has been given for the DNA testing.
Maximum reporters, maximum coverage on NDTV.
Why was there a hurry? Was it the government that was in a hurry?
I don't want to blame anyone.
Joining us today here in the NDTV newsroom.
The government cannot walk away from this responsibility.
Cricket is region of sort in this country.
Would you like to comment on what happened?
What is the condition of the injured at this point? How many people died?
What exactly happened? You have lost your daughter.
If it matters to you, if it matters to you, if it matters to you, it matters to India. It matters to India. It matters to India. And it matters to me. And it matters to me.
India Matters with Shivaru, only on NDTV 24/7. Is your business future ready? Join the 13-week strategic ESG certification program for business sustainability and growth for CXO and business leaders by NDTV, Terry and Zenora. Master global ESG frameworks, gain real-world tools, and lead with impact. Starts July 13th. Enroll now and power your business with sustainability.
As the Iran-Israel war escalates, Indian students in the crossfire.
As soon as possible evacuate किया जाए.
War zone worries grip parents. The next Indian mass evacuation ahead. NDTV at Ground Zero. Three days after the Air India crash, a desperate wait for DNA tests, agonizing wait for identity, the fight for dignity in death. Doctors knee-deep in heartbreak. NDTV live from Forensic Center. A sorrowful quest for DNA match. Science and sorrow at Ahmedabad Hospital. Doctors fight to give ID to remains.
Do you really know the company you invest in? What is the real picture behind presentations and claims? Is the outlook as rosy as the company claims?
A very good evening. Hello and welcome to this very special broadcast on the G7 summit that Prime Minister Modi is attending at Calgary in Canada. Both the summit and the visit hold special significance since this is the first foreign visit of the Prime Minister since Operation Sindoor. Oh yes, and this is also a special broadcast here on NDTV where we are walking you through both first the lowdown on the Israel war, because that is also a story, Gauri, that we are tracking very, very closely. That's cast this huge shadow over the G7 summit. President Trump, remember, did make an early exit, and people have been questioning, why did he do this? What is he going to do next? And as we speak, he's chairing that all-important meeting with his national security team, Gauri,
indeed,
at the Situation Room.
Absolutely. And Trump has pushed out a series of posts on his social media platform threatening Iran's supreme leader, Ayatollah Khomeini. President Trump claims that US has locked in his location, making him an easy target. He's claimed supremacy over the airspace and signaled his readiness to escalate. So, Deepthi, this is a G7 summit that's actually taking place in the shadow of war clouds, quite literally.
Oh, absolutely. And what has Iran done? Over the last few minutes, you've seen a lot of these breaking updates that we here at NDTV have also covered, that Iran has gone ahead, even as Donald Trump is sitting in the Situation Room wanting to take a final call on whether he's going to exercise a military option and whether you will see US getting all out into this conflict, that you have the 10th wave of missiles that has been launched by Iran. The situation is clearly escalating, and reports say, Gauri, that the USA has also pushed in more troops into West Asia.
Absolutely. So what it looks like is a very worrisome situation where the global watchdog IAEA has also confirmed that Israeli airstrikes caused direct damage to the underground centrifuge halls at Iran's main nuclear facility. That's the Natanz facility, which is the main facility. So if a damage has been done, which is significant, that indicates Israel's ability to be able to knock out some of the nuclear facilities that Iran has. Also, it could be some sort of a vindication and validation of the kind of attacks that had started last week, which sort of pushed this entire region into kind of uncertainty and chaos it has. So at some level, that report is extremely important, Deepthi, because that is the kind of report that Donald Trump and his team would be looking at in terms of how they decide their next steps from here on.
Oh, yes. And what is Natanz? That is also, remember, that primary key facility. And this is a part of the nuclear program. That again has been the trigger. The real problem between Israel and Iran, and the US for the longest time has also, I mean, if you recall, Gauri, that there was an attempt by the Biden administration also to get a deal signed between the two. You've seen Donald Trump obviously wanting to push forward that, but this is significant. And on our screen, I think, are also multiple images that describe to you what is going on. Could there be a major escalation? We do not know. But in case there is, there are potential implications for both nuclear oversight, regional stability, as the Israel-Iran conflict, Gauri, could intensify.
Indeed, absolutely. And which is why that meeting that Deepthi was referring to is so important, where Donald Trump and his entire senior leadership are currently debating, discussing what should be the next steps. And let me get in Daniel, who's joining us live from Washington, D.C., Daniel Brock, to talk more about what could be the next steps in terms of the Trump administration's efforts to contain this. And we're also going to get Maha Siddiqui, who's joining us live from the G7 summit, covering that for us. Maha, I'm going to come to you in just a bit. This is a summit that's happening in the shadow of war clouds. Let me quickly get an update from Daniel first in terms of what Trump administration wants to do, more so since Trump decided to skip the summit altogether and go back early. Daniel.
So it's a great and important question. The answer right now is we're not really sure what Trump has decided to do. In fact, it's quite possible Trump himself hasn't decided what he wants to do. He sent mixed messages since this conflict began, including today. His most recent messages are quite bellicose and belligerent, but he's suggested earlier today as well, and his team has suggested that he's open to resuming diplomacy. So we're really kind of sitting on the edge. We don't know what way this is going to go. I think we do know, broadly speaking, that Trump does not want Iran to have a nuclear weapon. And if that really is his guiding principle, his guiding force, he has a couple options before him. One is to bomb Iran, to join the Israeli strikes, to use the bunker-busting bombs that only the United States has to try and drill down deep and get rid of some of the enrichment facilities that Israel cannot target. The problem with that strategy is, while that may set back Iran's nuclear program by as many as a few years, it won't eliminate it entirely. You can't simply, I don't think, at least bomb Iran out of its nuclear program at this point in time. There's too much expertise in the country. There's too much knowledge. So that leads to another situation where you could imagine us entering a situation where the United States and Israel begin a regime change campaign against Iran, which would be a much bigger, much deadlier, much costlier, even than what we've seen so far, military option. And then the final option is to try diplomacy again, if that's still on the table, for Trump to hope that maybe the Israeli strikes give him some additional leverage against Iran, that he can get the Iranians back to the negotiating table, get the Israelis to stop the attacks and strike some sort of deal. What way we're going to go, we just don't know.
Right. I think Daniel is being pretty candid, Gauri. He says we don't know because no one knows what Donald Trump could be doing in the next few moments. But let me also quickly get in Maha here. Maha, people want to know that you have the G7 meeting. These are important world powers, but they're equally concerned about what's happening between Israel and Iran. And then you have Donald Trump, who decides to cut short that entire trip. And look at the kind of words that he has been using ever since. He says we dominates the Iranian airspace. He's speaking about the Iranian supreme leader, saying, you know, we know where he is. We are not killing him just yet, but he's under our radar. Has this cast a huge shadow already on G7?
Absolutely, Deepti. It has cast a huge shadow on the G7, and we saw that statement coming in from the G7 last evening here in Canada, where they backed Israel for its self-defense, is what they said, and also said that Iran will never have nuclear weapons. So in a way, this was a means to get Donald Trump also to be on board that statement, considering Donald Trump had reservations about the usage of the word de-escalation. It is very tactically used in that statement. Meanwhile, Emmanuel Macron, this is also a very interesting point, because Emmanuel Macron was speaking over here and making a lot of people believe that the reason why President Trump is leaving the G7 and going back to Washington, D.C. earlier is because he wants to bring in a ceasefire. Although President Trump's statement on social media, that is on Truth Social, had already indicated that he did not have any such idea on his mind. And in fact, Donald Trump has now busted anything related to ceasefire by targeting Emmanuel Macron directly and saying that Emmanuel Macron got it wrong and that he did not leave for Washington, D.C. to push for a ceasefire with Iran. And now it's pretty clear, as the new post on social media indicates, that the U.S. is threatening Ali Khamenei, the supreme leader of Iran, saying that they know his exact location. They do not want to kill him, take him out at the moment, but not ruling out that possibility either, because he's saying not for the moment. And this clearly is going to cast a shadow even on the final day of G7. We are going to see smaller statements being put out by the leaders, because this time the G7 doesn't have a full broad communique. They did not want one large communique to be held hostage, as it was the last time that the G7 was held in Canada. And Donald Trump had first signed and then taken back his consent to the G7 communique, calling the then Prime Minister of Canada, Justin Trudeau, dishonest and weak with regards to the issue of tariff. This time, we are going to see those smaller statements come out in about an hour or so from now. We'll start hearing about those statements. So clearly, Deepti, this G7, as it was already being speculated that it could be derailed because of the geopolitical tensions, especially in the Middle East, in West Asia, and that's exactly what is happening.
I think these are very, very significant pointers, Maha, that you've brought forward. I'm just requesting you to stay with us. Daniel also continues to be with us as we'll take the story ahead, but I want to take it across to also our colleague Gauri, who's going to actually tell you who has said what. Remember, these are these war clouds over West Asia, and the world leaders are well apprised of it. These are significant points, Gauri. Why don't you take us through them?
Indeed, indeed, Deepti, this is a G7 summit that's actually taking place in the shadow of those war clouds. And I want to tell our viewers who has really said what in the last couple of hours to really understand that how significant this G7 summit could be. First, Donald Trump actually declined to sign the G7 draft because of the Israel-Iran conflict. And this is going to be a summit without an official declaration, without a communique, so to say, in the end. So that's very significant. Then after that, of course, Donald Trump went ahead and then he cut short his visit. He's gone back. So again, unprecedented without Trump being in any of these meetings. How significant will that really be? And his cutting short that visit means that some of these important meetings that were scheduled are now unlikely to yield any desired impact. Remember, G7 is an important grouping of nations where they try and find out roadmap and some sort of a strategic direction to big issues that are facing the world. Without the president of US being in those meetings, in those discussions, how significant will those be remains to be seen. Let's move ahead. Let's keep moving ahead. Benjamin Netanyahu also signaled that war is not over. So that is a very important aspect, because that has been the story, really, the underlying story and theme of this G7. French President Macron said that US-backed ceasefire is on the table. Again, very important, because this is an expectation of the West that America will try and broker some sort of a ceasefire there. Let's move ahead. The other aspect to that is that the German Chancellor also said that there are possibilities of some sort of talks that could take place. In fact, the German Chancellor said that he's ready to have those lines of communication open with Tehran. Donald Trump has rejected all such thoughts, all such possibilities whatsoever. Again, telling you how divided West has been in the G7. Let's move ahead. Let's keep moving ahead. Next is Prime Minister Modi has declared that this is not an era of war. Again, a very important fact, because at the end of the day, it is a body like G7 that can actually give a direction as to which way peace should actually be, what could be the defining line to try and identify the contours in which West Asia crisis needs to be understood and needs to be addressed by world leaders at a broader level. But this exactly is what has been happening in the last couple of hours, and that sets the stage and the context, Deepthi, of the kind of conversations that the world is hoping for G7 to have in the next couple of hours.
Oh yes, and what could be those conversations? Remember, like I said, no one likes a war. We know what's been happening vis-a-vis Russia and Ukraine, and even India, remember, for the longest time has said that this is not an era of war. On your screens are multiple images, Gauri, that we'll keep playing out for our viewers to understand. But I want to go back to both Daniel and Maha, who have been getting us more updates and who are our best eyes and ears on ground. Daniel, what are your expectations? You're looking at very, very dramatic, big images that have been coming in as far as the G7 is concerned. Donald Trump not being a part of that right now, and Donald Trump rushing back to be on his home turf right now in the Situation Room in the White House. Could this derail the conversations, or you believe that this is going to be business as usual?
My sense is that this G7 was always going to be a bit atypical and a bit odd, both because Trump himself is back and Trump is a disruptor. Trump is somebody who has very, shall we say, unorthodox views about the United States' place and role in the world relative to previous US presidents, except, of course, from Trump himself. And so it was always going to be somewhat strange. And then you layer in the fact that this is happening against the backdrop of intensified war in the Middle East. That was always going to have an effect on it. So to what extent his absence from the conversation matters, I think it will have some effect. It will be harder for them to come out with sort of joint statements. As you've been noting rightfully on the broadcast, it'll be harder for them to come to some sort of diplomatic agreements. I always think that that was going to be difficult, though, given the personalities involved and given what's happening right now between Israel and Iran.
Absolutely. All right. Daniel, stay with us. I want to now welcome Meera Shankar, former diplomat, with us on the broadcast. Also, Dean Baxendale, who is a columnist, speaks regularly about the India-Canada relationship, something that's going to be in focus in this visit of the Prime Minister. Also, we have Brahma Chilani as well as Jayajit Bhattacharya with us. Meera Shankar, let me start with you, ma'am. This is a summit that is the first foreign visit of the Prime Minister since Operation Sindoor. War clouds may be hovering over this summit, but from India's point of view, from Prime Minister Modi's point of view, this is the summit where he will be meeting world leaders for the first time since Operation Sindoor, putting India's policy, strategy, direction, all of it for world leaders in terms of how it wants to address cross-border terrorism and Pakistan-based terror outfits.
I think that will be an important issue on the agenda, but there are also many other important issues which are very compelling right now, including what is happening in West Asia between Iran and Israel. That is already dominating the G7, and then on Ukraine. And one thing that has become clear is that the G7 is now very divided, both over geopolitics as well as over economics. And that is as a result of the US shift in terms of how it sees its place in the world and how it seeks to build America first by unilateral tariffs, bringing a great deal of uncertainty to the global trading system. So this is not a united G7 which is taking place. But from India's point of view, it's important to see how these nuances play out and where the space is for India to try to build relations, to build a more multipolar world and create space for India. Of course, it's also important because the global economy is facing a slowdown in view of the economic uncertainties unleashed by Trump's policies. Both the IMF and the World Bank have lowered their global forecasts for this year and possibly also for the next year. So that's important to see how countries can work together. Other countries can work together to ensure that trade flows don't get totally disrupted.
Okay,
so
Ambassador Shankar, I think you've put out some very, very good points as far as we can take this conversation on. Dr. Jayjeet, before I come to you, with your permission, I want to get Brahmachalani also into this conversation. Brahmachalani, what is your assessment of what possibly could this G7 deliver? This is India that has used its own Modi doctrine when it came to the entire escalation vis-a-vis Pakistan. Now you see Iran and Israel. Israel also for the longest time has been fighting its own war on terror. And when it comes to terror, I think what Ambassador Shankar actually spoke about is very important, national interest. Everyone is speaking for their self-interest. And that is why perhaps many say that this is a G7 that is divided like never before. What is your take?
The G7 is divided because of rising protectionism in the West. But look at the irony. The G7 was set up as the forum of the leading economies of the world. But India is now the fourth largest economy, is set to become the third largest economy. It is still only a special invitee to the G7. The G7's relevance in international relations is on the decline. The G20 has become the premier international economic forum, not the G7. But the G7 leaders still pretend that they can run the world. So that's the paradox. And I think India's presence at the G7 summit reinforces India's role as a global player. It helps to advance India's global position. After all, there can be no discussions on international issues, including global supply chains or trade negotiations, without India being present. But this meeting of the G7 is being held at a pivotal moment for global diplomacy. We have multiple conflicts and crises in the world. Ukraine, now the Israel-Iran war. Taiwan is a potential flashpoint. So today, at this critical juncture, when Prime Minister Khani is hosting this meeting, and he, as we all know, that he invited Modi at the 11th hour.
Yes.
A decision that for which he has faced flack at home. But the reason why he invited Modi was primarily because Canada's economy is stagnating.
I'll tell you why, sir. Brahmachalani, I'll tell you why Canada, or for that matter, Mark Carney's invitation to India, to Prime Minister Modi, was so very important. And in fact, there are I would probably say five clear reasons why India needs to be on that high table. First, it is the growth engine that's powering powering the world economy. The average of the G7 countries in terms of their economic growth is sub 2%. You take away India, then what is the kind of growth prospects that you're looking at for these countries going forward? It's also the voice of the global south. It's also the one that is talking about peace in times of war. India is also the country that has deep linkages, whether in terms of climate finance, whether it's in terms of AI, whether in terms of technology. So there are a whole host of reasons, the reason why India is and needs to be on that table. But I have one question which I want to ask Dr. Bhattacharya here, which is that while we are talking about a divided G7, and Deepti, this is one of the most important aspects, that this is a G7 which is divided both on the political aspect as well as on the trade side. Nobody wants to be partnering Trump when it comes to those trade tariffs. But they're not picking up that bone because they have the war clouds hovering over the world right now. But Dr. Bhattacharya, I want to understand from you, how much of a direction do you think, or a roadmap do you think this G7 summit could provide on the trade and the economic aspect, which is equally important?
I'll pick up on the words that you used, that G7 seems to be divided. I think in this particular meeting, what will probably emerge is a G6 plus one kind of a grouping, and that plus one is US. In the G7 GDP, if you put the whole GDP of G7 countries together, US is almost 70%, if not more, than the total GDP of the 7 countries. And therefore, as we see US careening out and creating a significant amount of friction, not just in terms of economics, not just in terms of trade, but also in terms of what is the geopolitical stance that US is taking vis-a-vis the rest of the 6 countries. In the past, they've always been aligned. They've been largely aligned in the past. But this is the first time that we are seeing that US is taking a path which is very difficult for the rest of the 6 countries to follow. So I think one of the clear outcomes of this G7 would be the formation of a G6 plus one kind of a grouping, where it's US plus the other 6 countries. And I also think it's time that G7 starts expanding. I think by the time the next meeting happens, we'll probably have G7 plus 1 or 2 coming in. It's also interesting to see the countries which refused the invitation that was extended to them to come and attend the G7 meeting. This was Saudi Arabia, this was UAE, this was Indonesia. So it's important to see and try and understand why these countries, and these are also powerhouses. Indonesia is also a significantly large economy. Okay. It has got a huge population. Why did they not come for the G7 meeting? It kind of demonstrates that the G7 as a body is kind of waning in terms of its power. It's a clear geopolitical indication that it's waning in its influence that it used to have on the rest of the world.
Okay, because this is a world that is changing. And then you have Donald Trump, the unpredictability, Gauri, of a Donald Trump, where he's only and only talking about tariff, about trade, something that both Ambassador Shankar and Brahmachalani also alluded towards, Dr. Bhattacharya. And we also do have Maha, who's back with us. But before we go to Maha, I want to get a quick word from Ambassador Shankar here, because we are looking at a lot of other things at play in this world that is no longer bipolar, the world that is obviously not unipolar, but everyone has their own interest. But when it comes to terror, Ambassador Shankar, would it be fair to say that you will have all these world powers condemning terror, but when it comes to acting against terror, we hardly see that?
I think, again, this has been the traditional pattern that the world has taken much more notice of terrorism against the developed countries than against the developing countries. And much of the, challenge that India has faced is a challenge that India has faced alone, because we haven't really had that much support or sympathy. And, they tend to see it as some kind of bilateral issue, which it isn't. And much of it is also a consequence of the West's policies, because, the backwash from the Afghan war impacted a lot of countries, including India, with all those militant groups who had been set up, the jihadi groups, and turning their attention to other objectives, including, say, for instance, non-Muslim countries with Muslim minorities. So this has been something which India has been stressing, that you can't have a differentiated approach where one terrorist is not so bad as another terrorist, because that terrorist is, targeting the developed world, and another can be ignored.
Absolutely.
Because it's targeting a developing country. And I think that's a message we have to continue to take to the world.
And I think, Ambassador Shankar, that message will come across today when the Prime Minister holds those bilaterals and those important meetings with the world leaders at the G7 summit. Let me go back to Maha, who continues to be with us. Maha, now talk to us about what are the kind of engagements that are lined up today. It's a short visit of the Prime Minister, less than 24 hours, but there's a working lunch. It's going to be focused on energy security. Tell us what all is lined up today, the itinerary, and what can we expect?
Yes, absolutely. The Prime Minister is going to be participating in that session that you just mentioned, Corey, but that's a little later in the day. At the moment, there is a photograph of all the invited countries, the leaders with the G7 countries, after which the Prime Minister is going to hold bilateral meetings with at least two countries, one with the German Chancellor, another expected one is with the Mexican side. However, all eyes are keenly trained on the bilateral meetings that Prime Minister Modi will hold later in the day. That is with the Ukrainian President Vladimir Zelensky, and the final one with the host country, that is the Canadian Prime Minister Mark Carney. That really is the main meeting that all eyes are keenly trained on because of the friction that the two countries have seen over the last 2 years since 2023. The invitation for the G7 summit sent by Prime Minister Mark Carney to Prime Minister Modi was just a week ahead of the G7. But he made a call to the Prime Minister inviting him for the summit, and the Prime Minister accepted that invitation even though it came just a week earlier. And this is being seen as a positive move by experts and even by the general public, especially the Indian diaspora here in Canada.
Yes, because I want to quickly address those live visuals that are coming in.
Yes.
Those are live visuals. Let's take that full frame, please. Those are live visuals coming in of the G7 summit. There you can see UK Prime Minister Keir Starmer. You also have the German Chancellor. That will be his first G7 visit that will take place in Alberta. They are at a very scenic resort, Deepthi, in the Canadian Rocky Mountains. You can see the European Council President also, Ursula von der Leyen, as well as the French President Emmanuel Macron. He had a bit of a spat with Donald Trump on social media regarding the Iran-Israel conflict. But those are latest and updated visuals that are coming in right now.
Oh yes, and our team tells us we have to take a very quick break. So what we'll do is we'll quickly dip into one, but with a promise that we are coming back with these live images, the best analysis, and yes, we are also live looking at what's happening between Israel and Iran. Do not go anywhere on the other side of this quick break.
From the echo of the Trump tariffs to the geopolitical tensions in West Asia. And on the sidelines, a possible thaw in the frosty relations between India and Canada. I will bring you all the latest updates from the Kananaskis G7 Summit. NDTV, live from the G7 Summit in Canada.
How often have you turned away from debates that descend into endless fights? We bring you a show where every question is answered, where every debate finds its resolution, where every story finds its conclusion, where opinions collide but facts prevail, where stories unfold with insights and trust. When the noise ends, the last word begins.
If it matters to you, if it matters to you, if it matters to you, it matters to India. It matters to India. And it matters to me. And it matters to me.
India Matters with Shivaru. Only on NDTV 24/7.
have been reporting on all issues big and small from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of maximum city is infectious. I'm bringing that energy in our news coverage from financial capital Mumbai.
Covering from the southernmost part of India over the last 23 years, I bring in-depth and 360-degree coverage from the Dravidian heartland.
The land of Mishti, also known for its bitter politics. I have seen much water flow under the Howrah Bridge, covering Bengal in all its vivid colors.
All right, welcome viewers. You're watching NDTV's special coverage of the G7 summit. I'm Gauri Dwivedi, and Deepthi and I are going to be taking you through all the latest updates of the G7 summit. Prime Minister Modi has arrived there, and on your screens are those live images and visuals coming in. On your screens right now is the UK Prime Minister Keir Starmer, and he seems to be in deep conversation with the European Council President Ursula von der Leyen.
Oh yes, and I'm wondering what are these conversations really centered around right now, Gauri, and I think you should be able to tell us this. We talk about a lot of energy solutions, climate change, all these things that are real. Then there is trade, there is tariff, there is multilateralism. People talk about just one world, common interest. But when you look at all these leaders sitting across, talking to each other, what really weighs on their minds, especially at a point where you've seen Donald Trump, Gauri, just moving out of that G summit rather very quickly. He lands in Washington, he rushes to the White House. In the Situation Room, he's having a conversation right now. And obviously, the world wants to know what will he do next on Israel and Iran. But what about the G7?
Indeed, on one end, everyone is waiting for the update that will come in from the Trump administration in terms of what will be the big American decision on Iran and Israel. But the visuals on your screens, Deepthi, you have the French president talking. He was also had a verbal spat a short while back. Not a spat, so to say, but he was being corrected by Donald Trump. And frankly, going into this summit, there was a lot of expectation that the divisions in the West may probably come out in the front even more, simply because it was looking like Trump against all. Well, frankly, that isn't now going to be a spectacle that we will be seeing simply because Donald Trump made an early exit. But it also puts into question that some of the discussions and deliberations that this summit is supposed to take place, whether it's on climate finance, whether it's on energy, whether it's on the roadmap with regard to how to address wars and conflicts in 21st century, and also the fact how do you address aggressors like Russia when you have Donald Trump actually making a case that Russia should be back in G7 to make it G8. So in the backdrop of those important set of developments coming in, it will be very interesting to see what will be the actual outcome of this summit.
Oh yes, and this is the group of 7, that is G7 that we are talking about, an informal grouping of the world's most advanced economies. Which really are these economies? It is France, the US, the UK, Germany, Japan, Italy and Canada, and the European Union. Its members, remember, meet annually at the G7 summit. The idea is to discuss global economic and geopolitical issues. And this is where, Gauri, India also comes into the picture. India, that is already the 5th largest economy in the world, has regularly been invited to this outreach session of the G7 summit in the past few years. And India and its growing heft is again something that cannot be ignored at the high table. And you were telling us more about those reasons, those numbers, Gauri.
Absolutely, Deepthi. And as we speak, India has actually climbed to be the 4th largest economy. And as I said, it's the world's biggest growth engine. So how can this grouping of the 7 most industrialized countries on the planet not have the world's growth engine being part of it to decide and discuss the future roadmap? Also, India as the voice of the global south. When India speaks, it's not just speaking about itself, it's speaking for the global south, which is 3/4 of humanity. Let's not forget, India has been pushing and championing the cause of developing and least developed countries. And let me in fact rope in both Sanjay Ruparelia, who's joining us, as well as Tara Kartha to talk more about what could be the kind of expectations that both of you have with regard to the G7. It's unlikely to have the fireworks that many thought it would have, with Donald Trump coming face to face with his Western allies in the backdrop of all that he has said, including with the host country himself. But that is unlikely to take place. But it's happening in the backdrop of war clouds that are threatening to overshadow the entire summit's agenda. Tara Kartha, let me start with you. How much do you think this G7 is now going to be focused solely on the Iran-Israel conflict that is becoming bigger as we speak?
I don't see how they can possibly put that aside. I mean, that's not just a moral imperative. We're not talking morals here. We're talking of, this is an economic grouping, right? So the Europe, as a percentage of GDP in the G7 countries, Europe's share has dropped hugely. The G7 as a whole, in terms of their GDP, has dropped. I think now it's about 45% of the world economy. Earlier it was some 60%. So war has an economic impact. And so does the Ukraine war. Of course, the Ukraine war is going on at the same time. So the necessity of getting this terrible war to stop is going to be one. Number two is how to get, to get the whole US, the whole tariff structures which are going on, the war. There is a virtual trade war which is going on. That is going to be a problem. Given this background of higher defense spending by all these countries. I think the figure which they gave is 17% jump in defense spending in European countries, including Russia. That's the largest since the Cold War. So how are you going to balance all of this? You've got war, you've got a slowing economy, and you've got rising defense expenditures. Mm-hmm. So that's, I think, where we come in. We've got, hopefully, thank God, this kind of problems will affect us as an economy. You cannot divorce yourself from the world economy. And I think with the Prime Minister, it has always been, from the time he came, the economy is his central point. And let's see how that works within this clique.
Okay. I think Tara makes a lot of important points. And I'm just looking at a lot of these accounts of Donald Trump on the social media also. I think we also do see Kathleen, who's an immigration expert, joining us. Kathleen, also thank you to you for your time. Sanjay, Donald Trump a little while earlier has put out a tweet that says unconditional surrender. Clearly as you're looking at the G7 right now meeting, in deep conversations, looking at how else you can fix the geopolitical situation and much more. But we cannot take away from the fact that you have to look at a resolution to what's been happening between Iran and Israel. And Donald Trump not being a part of the G7 tonight, do you think that possibly could derail that conversation, or it's going to be business as usual?
Well, that certainly dominated the conversation unexpectedly since Israel launched that attack. And I think we've seen from the Trump administration and has sided with Netanyahu's government for quite some time, preceding his re-election in January and since then. So I think that's going to dominate it. And the statement that's been issued so far has been quite muted. It's asked for de-escalation. So it doesn't mention who began this attack. It calls out Iran as the main source of regional instability. This is the perspective of the G7. And then it ends on a note, as your previous speaker was talking about, which is the concern over the impact on the price of oil. 1/3 of the world's seaborne oil trade goes through the Strait of Hormuz. And in previous instances, Iran has been able to crimp that movement. And so I think that's been the main concern. All of these countries are battling concerns around inflation, cost of living. It's one of the main reasons why Prime Minister Carney focused on the economy in particular in this G7 meeting. And we see that in terms of the invitees that he made beyond the G7.
Indeed, that is also the NATO Secretary General who's there on the screens. Let's take some of those, continue to take those visuals full frame as we wait for some of the other leaders to also join in. Formal photo ops will also take place. Viewers, if you're tuning in right now, what you're seeing on your screens are live visuals that are coming in from Canada, where the 50th G7 summit is being held. On your screens is UK Prime Minister Keir Starmer in conversation with the European Council President Ursula von der Leyen, as well as the NATO Secretary General as well. They are, of course, talking about the war clouds that are hovering. Also, the fact that they were hoping that Russia-Ukraine conflict could be on the agenda, but that's unlikely to be, because Donald Trump feels that Russia should be, in fact, part of this grouping, and it should go back to being G8, which it was till 2014, and also B, because, well, Israel-Iran is the larger conflict that needs to be addressed. And Dipti, that's really the big thing, right? I mean, while we talk about that some of the summit outcomes may be not as significant as one would have ideally hoped it to be, but at the end of the day, this is a grouping that is set to decide the roadmap that the world should take, especially of a conflict as significant as Iran-Israel. And as some of the panelists were pointing out, it could have a deep impact on the supply lines and sea routes for the world.
Oh, yes, absolutely. And you know, because we've promised our viewers that we are going to keep our eyes focused not just on what's been happening as far as G7 is concerned and these live images, but also on the latest vis-a-vis Iran and Israel situation. We are learning of a massive blast that has hit Western Tehran, and also the Iranian defense system has been activated to intercept Israeli attacks. All this happening as you have Donald Trump in the White House in the Situation Room. So we are live and breaking on both those stories, both those images already up on your screens. I want to also get in a quick word with Kathleen, who hasn't spoken yet. Kathleen, in the light of whatever's been going on, when you talk about Donald Trump, immigration again is one of the core issues that he does speak about. You see a lot of action. You know, different world capitals have different opinions on how to deal with this issue. What, in your sense, possibly could be a point of convergence as far as all these growing economies are concerned?
Well, I would say this is going to be a positive, a positive wave in the immigration industry, wherein we are able to do the conversions now. And as soon as the new PM, the new Prime Minister came in charge of Canada, we were able to convert more people towards Canada, wherein all these people, all these chunk of people, they were wanted to migrate to Australia and Germany and via Europe. But now, as we see, they have introduced new policies, 19C bill. There is a new introduction of a postgraduate work permit. Now people are really happy. And of course, since India is a cornerstone of talent, and we do have a lot of people filled with talent, especially techies, healthcare. And that is the reason we have a wider road to get through our permanent residencies and also get through immigration as very smoothly.
Absolutely.
So, this is absolutely a positive wave for us.
Indeed, Kathleen, and you know, immigration as such is likely to be a big issue simply because you have this rising tide of right-wing thought that is sweeping most of Europe right now, where they feel, in fact, even Keir Starmer has come out with some very strong, stringent views and visa norms that have a huge impact on immigrants, including Indians that have been impacted, whether it's the students or several other immigrant categories have been deeply impacted. So remains to be seen if there is any direction or view that's coming in on that front as well. We have to take a very short break, viewers. We come back with our big focus, big coverage on the G7 summit, where Prime Minister Modi is there. It's a short 23-hour summit. First time he's in Canada in 10 years. This is a visit that will reboot the India-Canada relationship. We're going to come back and talk more on that. Stay with us.
The markets move fast.
And so should your portfolio. Expert insights, real-time stock picks.
Do I buy Ola?
Should I hold CDSL for the long term?
Buy, sell or hold.
The answers you need, straight from the experts.
Callers from India and across the world. Connect live, ask, decide and invest wisely.
Your portfolio, your future. Ask Profit.
In today's interconnected world, India's voice is more crucial than ever. When India speaks, the world listens. At NDTV World, we are that voice, bringing you intelligent and insightful news from India and beyond. From geopolitics and diplomacy to economic shifts, migrations, tech disruptions, and the stories of our diaspora, we cover the news that shapes our global future. NDTV World, your new home for global news, is here.
The last 1 month, if you see, the share prices of Gensol Engineering has fallen more than 58%.
Why are the rating firms calling the debt payments as default?
We have two credible credit rating agencies on March 4th coming and downgrading the stock to D.
Statements are consistently being proven wrong, and transactions are being taken place which are different from what they were originally pictured to be.
The company claimed it would roll out 6,400 electric vehicles.
Welcome back. So this is a special non-stop rolling coverage on the all-important G7 that's just going to get kick-started. On your screen are multiple live images that we are getting in as far as the summit is concerned, and a lot of world leaders right now also looking at the other situation that is developing. What's happening between Iran and Israel? You have Donald Trump, who decides to exit the G7 suddenly. He lands up back on his home turf. He's in the Situation Room, and we'll keep getting you all those updates. But for the moment, I want to take it across to our colleague Gauri, who will tell us what is expected. What are the important bilaterals, Gauri, that we are looking at? It's going to be a power-packed day there, and the Prime Minister spending about 23 hours. But every moment, I think, of that time is devoted to a lot of these important conversations.
Absolutely, Deepthi. There are about 4 or 5 very important bilaterals that are scheduled that will take place between Prime Minister Modi and several of the other world leaders. And I want to quickly take our viewers through what exactly is it that are lined up. First, of course, the most important bilateral that is set to take place is with the Canadian Prime Minister, Mark Carney. It is going to be the last, but it is going to be the most important. This is going to act as a possible thaw in the ties between India and Canada that were in deep freeze during Justin Trudeau's tenure. People-to-people ties are likely to get a big boost, because that will happen when the PMs, Prime Minister Modi and his Canadian counterpart, are going to meet for the first time. So there's going to be some sort of a rapport building that will take place between the two leaders, and that's when the ties will really move ahead, because let's not forget they also have a common interest, and that is trade. Economic ties are going to be in focus. Mark Carney may be a political newcomer, but he's someone who's spent a lifetime in finance and banking, so he understands the importance of trade ties right now, more so at a time when Donald Trump's tariffs have really threatened and upended the entire global economic order. Both India and Canada have shared economic interests, and they would like to put that forward more so with the meeting. And just before we move ahead, I want to quickly tell our viewers the kind of trade ties that exist between them, which is upwards of about $9 billion. Let's move ahead. This is an important meeting as well. Prime Minister Modi will be meeting Giorgia Meloni of Italy, the Italian Prime Minister. The focus will be on trade, as well as specific collaboration with regard to space and technology, areas where they have already identified the last time they met at the last multilateral summit. And there will also be a lot of focus on IMEC. The India, Middle East, Europe corridor is something that India is very ambitious about, and Italy joins it on that. So that's another area that will be extremely important. Let's move ahead to the other bilateral that will be extremely important, which is Germany. This is going to be the first meeting between Prime Minister Modi and Chancellor Merz, and they will look to build on the kind of business ties that India and Germany have. Trade is a very important pillar on which the bilateral relationship stands. Indo-Pacific cooperation is the other, where both leaders would like to further build on it. And lastly, Ukraine. That's the fourth other important bilateral. Focus will be on the humanitarian support that India is going to continue to offer to Ukraine. And secondly, Prime Minister Modi is likely to reiterate India's continued balanced position when it comes to the Russia-Ukraine war. In addition to this, there is also a possibility of a bilateral with the Mexican president, who's another invitee to the G7 summit. If that happens, that will be the fifth and equally important bilateral that will take place today. Deepthi.
All right, significant details there that Gauri has been able to share with us. And like they say, when it comes to the world stage, you know, every country will have its own interest. Every country needs to ensure that back home they are able to sell a perception that, yes, we are thinking about you. But when it comes to broader issues, whether it's about trade, it's about tariff, it is about climate change and a lot of other things, remember, this is where you see a lot of convergence on world powers. For the moment, I want to take it back to Sanjay, to Tara Kartha and to Kathleen, who've been patient enough as they've stayed with us in that coverage. Tara, to you. simultaneously, you're looking at this evolving situation between Israel and Iran. When it came to Russia and Ukraine, India was unequivocal. India said that this is not the era of war. Even right now, India has some fantastic relationships with both Israel and Iran, whether it is about economy, whether it is military, whether it's even cultural relations. So at a point like this, I think the Prime Minister will also be looking at what happens and what could Donald Trump do, perhaps in the next few days to the next few weeks.
Well, I just saw this flashing on your screen that Trump has said no to assassinating Khomeini, which is a relief, right? I mean, that's not the way you want to go. Hopefully, it's not going to happen. But what's complicating our position on Iran is the fact that there are Chinese aircraft arriving in Tehran. There is a very clear that new railroad, the rail link has just been launched some time back. The first cargo has arrived. So that link is probably going to complicate how we're going to play this, though our friendship on a bilateral basis, we have very, very good relations with Iran. But like I said, Gauri, what I was trying to say is, when you're talking of this whole rise of right wing, this whole trend is driven when the world economy starts shrinking, when there is an immense amount of stress on it. And that is where we are going to focus as a leader of the global South. Because inevitably, the costs of war are the highest on the global South. And this, by the way, is incidentally, just off the cuff, is also a concern of China. They don't want you to be seen as a leader of this. And so they are going to be watching what you do at the G7 with a magnifying glass. I think last year they were even looked at where Mr. Modi was standing in photographs. They go to that extent. So the importance of this in terms of how things are going to play out in Asia is very important.
And I want to now quickly turn attention to some of those bilaterals and most importantly, the one between Prime Minister Modi and PM Mark Carney. And Sanjay Ruparelia, let me ask you this, that in terms of expectations for this visit, there are a lot of expectations. It will be the first meeting between the two prime ministers. They're looking to start afresh, so to say, ensure that there is a thaw in their relations, build a certain rapport. That's the kind of expectation. How do you see that meeting? What would be your takeaways? What is it that you would expect from this bilateral visit and bilateral meeting?
Well, I think, as you said, it's the beginning of a reset. The Indo-Canadian relations have been in a crisis and an impasse for the last 2 years. And so there's going to be sort of two sets of issues. One is to bilaterally, I don't think we'll have any statement on that, but to look at the dispute that has caused this impasse. And there's an ongoing police investigation into these disputes to do with events that have happened. And then there's a question about trying to expand trade and defense cooperation, looking at critical minerals, for instance, and so on. So I think what we're seeing is a sort of two-track process. Prime Minister Carney did receive a lot of protests by certain members in civil society, Sikh organizations, the NDP itself, some members of his own party. But he is very much a pragmatist when it comes to being prime minister, as he said, and the watchword has been the economy. So I think they're going to try to reset this. They understand how important the relationship is for both countries, certainly for Canada. We were mentioning Indian students earlier. Indian students are the largest segment of the international student body in Canada. There have been caps imposed in the last couple of years for various reasons. But I can see that, that the people-to-people ties have been very important. So I think it was a contentious invitation. It was a last-minute one that came through. But as the Prime Minister here said, it was inevitable because of the size and scope and importance of India in the global economy. And there's a real attempt to see if we can reset that relationship. So I think that's the background.
Thing that Mark Carney will have to address, which is the Khalistani terrorists and Khalistani terrorism that continue to exist on Canadian soil.
But, Gauri, would it be fair to say that these are, rather distractions? Because at the end of this, India time and again has made it very, very clear that these are our red lines. And Tara, you would also agree, so would Sanjay and Kathleen, that these are red lines that India has stuck to. We do not care about who's ruling Canada. We are more concerned about issues that affect us. And, you cannot let that Khalistani terrorism perhaps emanate from your soil, believe that it can give you cushion for power, and we've seen how that entire story has actually collapsed.
Yes.
But Kathleen, why don't you come in on the point not just of immigration, but the fact that for the longest time, a lot of people in Delhi and elsewhere actually viewed the G7 and a lot of these European powers also as a monolith. Now, a lot of things have changed as far as then and now are concerned, and you're looking at India obviously gaining its heft, and India today will be speaking from a position of authority.
Yes, I mean, after what has happened in the past in Ontario with our Indian students, most of the Indian students and the immigrants, the skilled workers, were routed towards Europe and Australia. Being an immigration expert, because we do the filing and we know that how people are coming, and they were hesitant to go ahead with Canada, even if they were fully eligible, and the points, whatever the point system was as per the Canadian immigration laws and regulation, even though they were eligible, they were taking their applications back. But now this is a positive wave, and now I'm using it for my clients as well. And I would say that it is easier to convert these people, because with a very heavy heart, these people used to take an option, Germany or any country in the Europe or Australia. But having said that, they have their own community there in Canada. They have their distant relative already staying there. Knowing the fact that this is going to happen with them in the longer run, that is the reason they, people, the Indian families, they try and say, Kathleen, we would like to route ourselves to other countries, not Canada. But now, as we say that, we do not have anything to do with the new PM, but we really say that, and we are not in the favor of Khalistanis, and we're not in the favor of terrorism.
Right.
Already we have proven.
Right.
With
in fact,
operations
Kathleen, stay with us. I'm going to slip into a very short break and come back and talk more on this Khalistani terrorism issue, something that deeply impacted the India-Canada ties. The onus lies now on Mark Carney to fix it. How he will do, we'll come back and talk more on that. Stay with us.
News is not just headlines, it is what impacts you. And news should never be mistaken for noise. What matters is the reality. Accurate, in-depth, and with the right perspective. For over 20 years, I have been a journalist, and never has clarity mattered more than now. At Newsnight, we go beyond the surface. We dissect the details, challenge the narratives, and bring you the unparalleled clarity you deserve in a world clouded by misinformation. We are bold, we are direct. Newsnight, for the news in your interest. Only on NDTV 24/7.
Air India plane crash in Ahmedabad, India's latest aviation disaster. India responds to the tragedy. Facts first, 100% ground reports.
Under this is the tail,
Here, and this is just one of the buildings that will give you an idea of the quantum of loss.
24 to 48 hours is the deadline that has been given for the DNA testing.
Maximum reporters, maximum coverage on NDTV.
Why was there a hurry? Was it the government that was in a hurry?
I don't want to blame anyone.
Joining us today here in the NDTV newsroom.
Government cannot walk away from this responsibility.
Cricket is region of sort in this country.
Would you like to comment on what happened?
What is the condition of the injured at this point? How many people died?
What exactly happened? You have lost your daughter.
If it matters to you, if it matters to you, if it matters to you.
Welcome viewers, you're watching our rolling coverage of the G7 summit. Prime Minister Modi is at the G7 summit. This is the 50th summit of the G7 grouping taking place in Canada, where the PM is there for 23 hours. His first visit in a decade comes at a time when there's expectation of a thaw in relationships. He is going to also be meeting several leaders in quick bilaterals, Deepthi, and that is likely to take place soon. Some of that has already begun, is what we are getting to know, and we have those live visuals that are coming in. Let's put that out as well, of the leaders attending some of these meetings ahead of the G7 summit that will begin in about, the leadership summit that will begin in about an hour from now. Deepthi, some updates, some details that are trickling in as we speak.
Oh yeah, so we must tell our viewers, Gauri, and you can actually push that point a little further. A lot of these are scheduled visits, but then you also have a lot of these pull-aside conversations that happen, because this is important when you have world leaders meeting, and at a time like this where you're looking at a lot of global changes happening, there are a lot of power dynamics that are under play. Then you have a Donald Trump, and we have to talk about Donald Trump because he's someone who decided to quickly exit the G7 earlier. As we speak, we also do know that there is a briefing expected from the White House very, very shortly. There has been a meeting in the Situation Room, so we are keeping you abreast also of that important story that is developing parallelly. And on your screens are images of earlier where you had seen Donald Trump landing in Washington, and he's been active on his social media, Gauri, and he's speaking of a quote-unquote an unconditional surrender. So that really tells you where this tone and tenor is taking us. And I'm sure all these world leaders who are right now at the G7 obviously are going to be speaking about this.
Absolutely.
There are those world powers who stand with Iran, those with Israel, but no one wants an escalation for sure, Gauri.
Absolutely. G7 summit taking place in the backdrop of the war clouds. And as Deepthi was pointing out, the reason why Donald Trump went back early, he's holding meeting with his senior advisors. And what's flashing, viewers, at the bottom of your screens right now is the first pull aside that has taken place between Prime Minister Modi and the Mexican president. Pull aside is a more unstructured meeting as compared to a formal bilateral meeting that takes place. A pull aside allows leaders to be able to discuss several issues in a more free manner. Of course, talking points and topics are discussed and shared much in advance. Ambassador D.P. Srivastava also joins us on the broadcast. As we speak, first pull aside has taken place between Prime Minister Modi and the Mexican president. It's important since this comes at a time, Ambassador Srivastava, there's been an expectation that while Trump tariffs may not dominate the G7 summit this time around because there are war clouds, but the fact is trade has been a major issue that is likely to bind some of these leaders that are coming together and is likely to dominate the conversation between Prime Minister Modi and the Mexican president.
Well, I think you're absolutely right. Tariff issue has plagued much of the G7 as well as major economies like India. And Mexico and India have similar positions. Mexico, in fact, was closer to US. It was, they had a free trade agreement. In our case, we didn't have a free trade agreement, but we have very close political relations. And I think this bilateral meeting will help better understanding of each other's position as well as how we go forward, because individual deals with different countries cannot be substitute for a multilateral system.
All right, let's quickly rope in Maha as well on this. Maha, as we speak, polar sides are taking place. One with the Mexican president has taken place, Claudia Sheinbaum, and the second one with the South Korean president is also underway. Talk us through what could be some of the highlights of these polar side conversations.
Well, these polar sides certainly important, considering that these are the countries which are critical at the moment as far as the issues related to tariffs and trade is concerned, Gauri. As you know, Mexico too is suffering at the hands of President Trump with serious tariff and trade issues. At this moment, at this juncture, for countries to align or realign countries to realign with other trading partners certainly becomes an important issue. And in that context, India's meetings, even polar side meetings with countries like Mexico and South Korea become very significant and important. But Gauri, as we pointed out, the biggest bilateral meetings, or the most important ones, most significant ones, will come a little later in the day, when the Prime Minister sits down for a structured meeting with the Prime Minister of Canada, Mark Carney. That is the last one of the day today. And before that, President Zelensky as well, where he'd be talking about the ongoing conflict, of course, that continues in Ukraine. Apart from that, the issue of the geopolitical tensions that are only growing from Russia to Ukraine. Now we are looking at the flaring up of the situation in West Asia. All these are critical issues, and they will be touched upon in these meetings because they have a ripple effect, not just on the geopolitical situation and tension, but also a ripple effect on trade, economics, and the global economy that has suffered a jolt only 5 years ago during the COVID-19 pandemic. And now this geopolitical situation around the world makes it difficult for countries to recover from the losses of COVID-19 pandemic. These are some of the highlights at the moment. The morning photo session, the family photo session of the invited leaders with the G7 countries is over. But Gauri, as you and Deepthi have been discussing, the big issue really for the G7 at the moment remains the Israel-Iran conflict, which is only threatening to escalate further.
Oh yes, I think Maha also underscores a lot of these important points. Kathleen continues to stay with us, and we also do have Ambassador Srivastava. But I want to get in another quick word with Maha before we go back to our team of guests. And we must tell our viewers that a lot of the breaking updates, remember, are already flashing on your screens. You know, Maha, if I'm not wrong, South Korea again is one country that was touched by the entire diplomatic effort that India unleashed after Operation Sindoor. And this is the Prime Minister's very first big appearance at the G7 post that Operation Sindoor, where India has drawn its own red lines when it comes to terror. And that, I think, is equally significant and worth talking about.
Yes, absolutely, Deepthi. In fact, if you see Prime Minister's departure statement when he left for the three-nation visit, which included Canada as the second stop for the G7 summit, the last paragraph of that departure statement clearly mentions that these visits are also very closely linked to the issue of terrorism and the red line, as you're mentioning, India has drawn on that issue. It is important to take into loop as many countries for diplomatic reasons as possible. And in that context, in fact, the visit before Canada, the one to Cyprus, was very significant, considering that Cyprus has ongoing disputes with Turkey, and Turkey had taken a stand which was pro-Pakistan. And therefore, the fact that India or Prime Minister Modi went to Cyprus, the first visit in 2 decades, only the third in since India became independent, were all also very significant. And clearly, the Prime Minister will use the G7 platform, not just the Prime Minister alone. The entire delegation will also significantly use the G7 platform to drive that message through in these polar side and bilateral meetings.
Absolutely. Mahar, stay with us. We're going to keep coming back to you as updates coming in. The pull-asides that Deepthi was referring to, that's flashing on our screens, are underway. First with the Mexican president, then with the South Korean president. And Ambassador Srivastav, this is the big diplomatic power play of India that is on display here at the G7, something that we've been talking about, why India needs to be at the G7, because A, it's a big economic heavyweight that's driving the world economy, and B, this is also allowing India to be at the center stage of global politics, with the Prime Minister Modi pretty much at the center of it.
Indeed, G7 is important, and so is India. In fact, if you look at it in the larger perspective, India is the only major economy which has a GDP growth rate of 6.5%. None of the G7 countries can match that. Of course, the GDP of US and China and Japan is higher than us. But it is as much in their interest to engage with India. And Prime Minister has taken time off from his busy schedule to meet the G7 leaders and also other leaders who have been invited to the summit as part of the outreach, like you just mentioned, South Korea. You know, these leaders have such a busy schedule that these multilateral events provide them with an opportunity to meet, which otherwise, you know, the schedule would not permit.
Absolutely. So, with South Korea, there are also a lot of technology ties that are there. Semiconductor is a very important aspect of the India-South Korea relationship. That is likely to be a part of these conversations. Technology sharing, semiconductor being part of it. And also, let's not forget, South Korea also has deep linkages in the global supply chain. If India wants to be a player at that level, it needs to have linkages with countries like South Korea, and that, I think, is going to be some of the conversations dominating that pull-asides. Deepthi.
Oh yes, Kathleen, you know, we've been talking of a lot of other issues. Immigration is one issue that we keep going back to, keeping in mind that it does affect a lot of world capitals, and then you have Donald Trump at the center of that conversation, Kathleen. Considering what we are seeing the world moving towards, it is very, very fluid, and everyone obviously looking at their interest. Do you believe that that could still drive a lot of this international conversation when you will have the world leaders sitting and talking?
Yes. I'll tell you one thing, because let's talk about Canada and US both. So when when all these clients used to come, the main goal was to get entry to the US in a cakewalk, right? They don't want to get through with big visas appointment wherein they have to wait for almost 3 to 6 months time to get their appointments. But here, when you apply for Canadian permanent residency based on your skill sets, your age, education, work experience, and language, of course, you also have the right to work and settle in the US. That was the one factor. And this was the reason people were really keen towards Canada. First, they had their own community there. Second was to get an entrance to the US. But now, after Donald Trump, you know what is happening. I don't want to, highlight it again. It is again gonna be a big issue, and I do think that they are going to discuss this for sure.
All right, slipping into a very short break. We come back on the other side, continue our rolling coverage of the G7 summit, 50th such summit taking place in Canada at a time when war clouds are hovering over the entire Middle East. Will that dominate the conversation, or will there be several other issues that the G7 summit would be able to achieve in the absence of Donald Trump? We come back and talk more on that. Stay with us.
Is your business future ready? Join the 13-week strategic ESG certification program for business sustainability and growth for CXO and business leaders by NDTV, Terry and Zenora. Master global ESG frameworks, gain real-world tools, and lead with impact. starts July 13th. Enroll now and power your business with sustainability.
As the Iran-Israel war escalates, Indian students in the crossfire.
As soon as possible evacuate kiya jaye.
War zone worries grip parents. The next Indian mass evacuation ahead. NDTV at Ground Zero. Three days after the Air India crash, a desperate wait for DNA tests, agonizing wait for identity, the fight for dignity in death, doctors knee-deep in heartbreak. NDTV live from Forensic Center, a sorrowful quest for DNA match. Science and sorrow at Ahmedabad Hospital. Doctors fight to give ID to remains.
Do you really know the company you invest in? What is the real picture behind presentations and claims? Is the outlook as rosy as the company claims?
Welcome back. This is a live rolling coverage of what the world today is closely watching. Right now, remember, there's an all-important G7 summit that is underway. We will have important bilaterals that get kick-started in the next few hours. And before that happens, Gauri, we've already spoken about the all-important pull-asides that Prime Minister Modi has had, whether it is with Mexico or also with South Korea. But yes, keeping our eyes focused also on the other developing situation between Israel and Iran. Then you have Donald Trump, who's talking of a quote-unquote unconditional surrender. He decides to rush from this G7 summit earlier, only to be a part of this all-important meeting right now in the Situation Room in the White House. So a lot is happening, a lot is churning, and this is going to be a long, important night, Gauri. But what are we expecting as far as the G7 is concerned now?
Indeed, and whatever decision that the Trump administration takes will actually have a huge bearing, a direct bearing on how the G7 evaluates Israel-Iran conflict. They may not come out with a formal communique. Donald Trump has said that he's not going to sign one, so there's not going to be any formal statement that will come out at the end of the leaders' discussion. But any clear messaging would be extremely important depending on what the Trump administration's view is. So what the G7 is likely to do, they've already come out with a statement earlier because Trump left early. So they came out with a statement earlier where they backed Israel and said that Iran is the reason why tensions took place and escalated in the entire region. So that has already happened. In terms of specifics, I believe two important meetings for India would be very significant. One with the Prime Minister Mark Carney. We've spoken about it, and second could be also very important would be the first visit that will take place between German Chancellor and Prime Minister Modi. This is the first meeting of the two leaders, and will set the stage, Deepti, in terms of how both leaders now view the relationship, which has just completed 25 years actually. So the next 25 years vision roadmap, the two will probably identify together.
And you know, I'm just taking a cue from what Gauri just spoke about Germany. And I do recall here on NDTV, we'd really gone big with that entire coverage when you had exposed the hypocrisy of the West when it comes to terror, when it comes to terror that emanates from Pakistan. But world across, you've only seen condemnation. But Germany again was one of those big powers that had come and spoken in favor of the right of defense of India. So I think it's important because New Delhi remembers which really are these players that have continuously stood by us in this fight against terror. The Prime Minister does speak about Operation Sindoor. He does say it is important for the world to know that why did we cross those red lines with Pakistan. And that is why, Gauri, you've seen that big diplomatic outreach vis-a-vis India, sending out our leaders, sending out our diplomats, our people to 33 world capitals.
Indeed.
To actually expose Pakistan, its terror factories, and also call out the hypocrisy of a lot of these powers.
Absolutely. And Ambassador Srivastav, that is likely to be a very important part of some of these pull asides as well. The Operation Sindoor, India's position when it comes to Pak-backed, Pak-sponsored terrorism. All that is likely to be a very key part of the pull-aside conversations that are going to take place today, and some are already, in fact, underway as we speak.
Yes, indeed, it will. It's not part of the G7 agenda. But of course, in bilateral conversations, this will come up. And as you mentioned, Germany showed a lot of understanding. Germany is the biggest economy within Europe.
We'll connect that line with Ambassador Srivastav in just a bit. And the G7 family photo is also going to take place very shortly. The official welcome is underway of the leaders. This is the visit of the Prime Minister in Canada after a decade. This G7 summit is coming in. Okay, all right. Those are live visuals coming in of Prime Minister Modi being officially welcomed by Prime Minister Mark Carney. There you can see live visuals of PM Modi being welcomed by Mark Carney at the G7 summit. It's a very important meeting that will take place between the two leaders very shortly. The first meeting, Deepthi, of the two leaders. They're meeting for the very first time and hoping to really start a new chapter in India-Canada relations from here on.
Oh yes, and I think this is significant for a lot of ways. When you look at Canada, you talk of India, again you have this huge relationship, but a relationship that has seen a lot of ups and downs. But you've seen India, you know, Gauri, I must say this, standing its ground, no matter what, no matter whatever the pressure. The fact is that we told Canada unequivocally that these are lines that you need to respect, and if you don't, we don't stand with you anymore.
Absolutely, and India was very firm and remains so, that as far as Khalistani separatists that continue on Canadian soil, that is unacceptable to India. And New Delhi has said so in so many words to Ottawa. Very harsh, important and significant diplomatic steps were taken by India in the wake of how the Khalistani separatists and terrorists hijacked the India-Canada relationship. All that is expected could be repaired under Carney's leadership, simply because he is a pragmatic leader. He may be a political newcomer, but he is not new to how world finance works, world politics works, and he understands the relevance of New Delhi in Canada's scheme of things. And Deepthi, he actually said that in so many words, that for Canada to grow, Canada's economy to grow, it needs an economic engine like India.
Oh yes, so India has been speaking about the global south. India has been trying to assert that this is a world where you need to have shared priorities and you need to work together and keep everyone's interest in mind. I think we can also touch base with our colleague Ghazali, who's also joining us live right now. Ghazali, these are important pictures, important, powerful pictures that we are looking at, and this is just the beginning, I think, of a lot more that will come. And India, as always, is going to be driving this conversation, keeping in mind that there are shared interests that we are talking about.
Yeah, certainly. And this is not just a new initiative, because you see, wherever there has been change in presidency or wherever there has been change in government, like what we saw in Maldives, Mr. Moizu, just to draw the parallel, he was the person who was very critical of India during his presidential campaign. But when he came to power, he was the first one to be invited, one among the first one to be invited for Prime Minister's swearing-in ceremony last year. In the same way, here in Canada, it all appeared as if under Mr. Trudeau's tenure, India-Canada relations had taken a hit. Multiple accusations were made by the Canadian government back then. A similar set of officials is still are there in Canada, and yet for the G7 even Prime Minister Modi has been invited, and bilateral meetings are expected between Mr. Prime Minister and the Canadian Prime Minister now. So certainly it's a reset button has been clicked by India and Canada both, and in the coming days we will see intelligence sharing on terrorism and multiple more MOUs and understandings between the two countries growing together, because India has always had this kind of relations or diplomatic or the foreign policies like this, that we are not discarding anyone. We are always embracing as a voice of the global south. India has always been open to new ideas, new relations, and that is why it looks very promising. These pictures are very promising. The Prime Minister is meeting the Canadian Prime Minister, and the bilateral meetings are expected to happen soon.
Pictures looking at the kind of potential that the relationship offers. Already intel sharing mechanisms are being talked about, Ghazali, between India and Canada, and there's expectation that trade will be the first shared interest that will pave the way for the relationship to really recover from Justin Trudeau's lows.
Yeah, certainly. And see how we had pulled out our diplomatic missions and our diplomats from Canada, how Canada had withdrawn, or we had asked Canada also to remove their senior officials from here. And this went on for a couple of months. And after that, there was a lull. There was no diplomatic activity between India and Canada, but India was waiting that the moment there is a new government there is the new face in the leadership in Canada, things were moving in the back channel. And that is why just a couple of months ago, we had this meeting of Intel chiefs from across the world. And even then, Mr. Ajit Doval, the NSA, India's NSA, and his counterpart from Canada, they all met there. And it started moving. It appeared now that India and Canada have gone to reset their relations. And very soon, this meeting is certainly an indicator that India and Canada are now going to reset the relationship, be it with trade, technology, security, like any other country with which India has good relations. Canada being part of G7 is certainly very significant to have them on our side. And also, as you rightly pointed out, when it comes to intelligence sharing, to counter a mechanism to counter terrorism and all, that will be very significant. And we will see some concrete steps between the two countries to curb on these extremism or those voices who are critical of India, those voices who are anti-nationals, and how Canada had become a safe haven for all those who had committed crime, were involved in terror activities in India, those who were fomenting trouble here in India, but were very safe there in Canada, were given safe shelter in Canada. Perhaps on that front as well, we will see some concrete action after this meeting gets over. In the days to come, India and Canada will certainly look to resolve or to solve that particular problem first.
Absolutely. And I think Ghazali and Gauri, these are pictures that the diaspora will also be looking at very, very closely. When it comes to Canada, the diaspora is huge. And Ghazali, all of us know that when this entire episode was going on, I think we can also cut across to Maha, who has a quick update for us. Maha?
The handshake has taken place. That program was delayed by a bit. It was supposed to happen earlier, but because of some scheduling issues, the previous programs were all